Right, hello there. Red Mechanic here, just doing a little mic check. YouTube's working, Twitch is working, my microphone seems to be working, and the internet connection seems alright. Cool. Hello then, I'm Dread Mechanic. I'm back for more of this mech building nonsense for this competition that Keen are running. Have we got anyone in the chat? Oh, hello Great Null. Man, it's been so too long. It has been, mate. How have you been? Good to have you in the chat and watching the stream. Right, so this is essentially part 4 of a little stream series I've been doing for the last week or so while we wait for the new update, and I can figure out what I'm going to do with my survival series going forward after we get the update. What's that? Great Null, been dealing with life, haven't we all? I'm doing well, man. I hope you're doing good as well. So yeah, I've been doing this stream over the last week or two while I wait for the new update and wait for the chance to figure out what I'm doing with my survival series, because I want to incorporate the new economy stuff into them, but I might have to refresh some save files and maybe copy and paste some progress into a new save or some nonsense like that. But I'm going to figure all that out next week after the update drops. So for now, we are going to continue with this. So Keen have been running, or are currently running, a Masters of Motion video competition. And basically the competition is to make a cool, practical, mechanical thing and make a video of it. And that video will be the submission into the competition. So again, we've got some of the do's and some of the don'ts and some of the bonus stuff at the back. So the main thing is building massive rotating machinery in motion, transforming vehicles. You can read it all there. I've read it out like 3 or 4 times now. Basically, make something cool and functional and mechanical. No heavy editing for the video. No mods allowed. And no copying any existing IPs or anything, so no building Jaegers or Mechagodzillas or Tachikomas or Metal Gears or anything like that. It has to be something original. Well, there you go. Great Null, that you've just sort of answered your own question there. So you could submit anything you've done over the past few years and likely win easily. I could do, if it wasn't for that no creations based on existing IPs or franchises, because a lot of the stuff I do is replicas of existing IPs. I like to try and figure out how to make versions of them in SE, so for this I'm having to just come up with something entirely original. So I thought I would use the sort of boat-based, spider-based things that I've been doing over the last year. That's the original one I did about a year or 2 ago, and that's the one that I did for Aya and Coffee's, Engineered Coffee's farm competition. So for anyone who's not seen the last 3 streams, they are available to watch back on my channel. My idea is I have been building a mobile base. Spider Walker that is a giant mining and refining base. Those are self-contained bases, those ones. They've got all the basics, assemblers, refineries, all that kind of jazz inside them. Whereas the idea I've got at the moment is I'm building a mobile base, but each section of the base is its own distinct mech. So here, let's get rid of those signals. We have Refinery Mech, who has drilling arms, and yeah, in fact, you know what, I will jump into spectator mode because it's easier to show them off with spectator. So we've got Refinery Mech, who has drilling arms, and in his belly he has a refinery, and up the front here he has a couple of cargo delivery drones. So this one on the left delivers ingots, this one on the right delivers ice, and those 2 drones head over to this guy here, who is the ice production, or gas plant mech as I'm calling him. And he receives one of those cargo drones, Then that ice then goes down here into the O2H2 production system. We've got 6 of the lab ones in here at the moment. I might put another set in there to make it 8. But yeah, he then produces ice, produces hydrogen, and then he is eventually going to have a drone that sends hydrogen off to power plant mech. Hang on. Ah, you just landed while I was away. You have just landed. And then this guy over here, we've got, is the factory mech. So he receives the cargo drone full of ingots, and inside him, he has got, up at the front, a series of assemblers, and he produces lots and lots of materials. And I've also, on the last stream, started working on a grinder pit in his front end, so he can scrap things out and about. He is going to have some grabby claw arms eventually. And then over here we have got the power plant mech, who has got a pair of big solar arrays, a couple of hydrogen engines inside. Oh, and he is getting low on power. We need to... Ooh, he's very low on power. We need to put some ice into him and get those hydrogen engines running, because those solar panels aren't quite enough. So basically, he absorbs power, distributes it into a bunch of little battery drones, and then those battery drones fly around and lock onto each of the mechs and supply them with power. Each mech has got 2 drones. In fact, you're about to fly back soon. And yeah, each mech's got 2 battery drones on it at the moment. And this guy supplies all the power to them. But as I've added more battery drones to him, they are draining that power quicker than the solar panels can provide it. Which is why I want to get these hydrogen engines up and running, and have a gas tank drone fly from here to over there to power the hydrogen engines, but that is one of the things I need to get done. What's that great null? Could name the Hydro O2 production mech the Gaston. The Gaston. I like that. I haven't really decided on names for them yet, other than just mobile factory, mobile power plant, mobile refinery, and mobile gas plant. Probably could come up with some better names for them eventually, but at the moment I'm just trying to do all the mechanical side of things. So yeah, I will need to get more power into you eventually somehow. So yeah, the solar panels are good, but they just don't absorb quite enough power. I don't really want to make those arrays any bigger than they are. But yeah, so last time what I was working on was these arms. Because I want the factory mech to be able to essentially pick things up with the grabby claw and have a little control seat in here to do it from, and then be able to dump stuff into this pit here. And I've already tested the grinder pit out, it works quite nicely. But they'd set up some kind of manual control for it somewhere. Yeah, so the first thing on the agenda today is I need to set up a computer so I can get the turret controllers and bits that I need for those arms. Now, I have got over here, hang on, let's go over here and spectator. I've got this mech with some arms on the front. I want to try and copy the whole setup. If I'm lucky, I might be able to just copy the computer as well. So I've got a little pile here of prefab stuff that I've been developing for this little collection, because they've all also got an elevator inside them, so you can get into the mech from ground level without a jetpack. And then there's a computer for the walk cycles, a couple of the drones to modify for each individual mech, some control seats, and now the computer for... Oh yeah, I'm not going to be able to paste that in, am I? I mean, that's going to be problematic, the way it's set up. We'll figure it out. I might have to build the computer entirely differently, actually, because there's not an awful lot of space in here. So yeah, I need to get a computer in here somewhere. I don't need to, but I'd like to get a computer in here somewhere for it. I just need to get some lights in here so I can see what I'm doing. Where could we put some lights for a start? You know what? What's that? Is that just a cube? Ah, that is not just a cube. That's annoying. That one is. That I don't want to cut out. Oh well, let's put that back the way it's supposed to be. Yeah, because that's like that. I haven't really got any building room left in here. Thinking I might have to pop a rotor up there to get a computer in here. Oh, actually, you know what? I could probably take you out. Yeah, I might just do that. That gets us a bit of light in here. And it still kind of fits with the vibe. Where's the nearest light? Copy all of that. Copy, paste onto there. There we go. Much better. Now we've got some light in here. Cool. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to build a completely bespoke computer for this one. I've cut that block out, and I've got a hole in the ceiling. And bum 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 bum. But what I could do, how round even is that? Oh, no, I can't do that because that's in the way of the rotor head. That's not going to work either. Fine. How do I get a computer in here? Actually, I can't do a rotor. Can do a hinge. I need to convert to small grid somewhere so I can get the smaller blocks in there. Take you out. Bum, 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 bum. Add a small hinge head on there. We can just cover that up. we will, in fact, just cover it with some armor plate. Because I actually wanted to cover a little bit of this door anyway. Yeah, that's the one. So I need a connection point on top of that. I need one on top of that. Actually, that side I might just do half and half. And that'll keep it sealed and tight. And then I can weld that up. Then I can set that to point straight down. There we go, that'll do. I'll have that locked at 90 degrees. We will take that. Can you do that properly? Yeah, I'll take that velocity out so it's not pushing on anything. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get that. I'm not going to be able to paste that in there. That's going to cause endless problems. Oh. That is not the way around. I wanted to spawn that in. What's on the back of this then? Deploy. Retract. Retract, deploy. Oh, yeah. If I'm cheeky, I might be able to paste it in pieces. We'll see if I can get the first section in first. So I'll take all of that out of there. Will you even let me? No, you won't, because there's lights on the bottom of you. I'm going to have to change those lights. Because if it'll let me paste these in... It will not. No, it will not. No, we'll have to rebuild the whole thing from scratch then. Fine. Fine. We'll do it the hard way. We'll rebuild all from scratch. What did I do? I even got them on my toolbar. No, I haven't. Right, well, we'll just rebuild it in the same style. I'm going to copy that colour though. Oh, painted the block behind it, didn't mean to do that. In fact, actually, at that angle, let's have that heat bent the other way around. So what is it? It's that and that. That and that. Will you not even let me paste that in? Is it just too tight of a gap? Yeah, it scrubs against the side of that hinge. It doesn't like that. Fine. Right, okay. Turret controllers. Where are you? Which way around are you? Wrong way around. Oh yeah, I need to put the event controller in first, so we've got a connection point. So that's you know what? This might be easier in spectator mode. Get in a better angle there. Yeah, so we need yeah. Oh yeah, it's a different orientation, so I've got less space, haven't I? Than it was on the other side. That might scrub there. Perhaps we'll build it in a different configuration then. Because that might get scrubby. How low does that hang? That hangs way lower than I want it to. Yeah, let's make it. We'll just go with that. We'll see what happens. If it scrubs, we'll have to change it. So we need a small turret controller either side to control each section of each arm. Got an event controller to... Oop, me in the way. To turn it all on and off. Then we need a pair to extend the pistons. And another pair to extend the pistons. That's easy enough. Oh, what was that? Oh yeah, that's to deploy the arms. So they can unfold and turn on. Right. Where are we? That's the wrong computer. What space do we have here to work with? Gonna paste them in like that, to be honest. And then that one, and that one, and that one, and that one. Right, so what's what? What's what? Right, that'll be the one that extends the arm out. And do it. That's the left hand side, isn't it? That can be extend L01. That can be extend L02. That can be extend R01. And then that can be extend R02. Because we are going to set up some controls to manually operate the pistons that are built into those arms. So that's the extend, that's the retract one. So that's L01, yep. Copy, paste. L02, copy, paste, not switch it off, thank you. R01, oh hello Stephen Harding, sup Dread, you good fella? Yeah, I'm good man. I'm good, I'm just carrying on where we left off on Friday. I'm just currently trying to squeeze in the computer to control these arms. That should be... Oh yeah, the deploy controller. I need to copy that as well, because none of this... Oh, actually, hang on. There's names and settings on there I could probably do with copying. That can go in there. That's deploy L01. Copy, paste, deploy R01. Sweet. R01. Right. Copy all of that. R01 was it? That can go. Oh, RS rather. Right shoulder. Yep, that can go up there. Copy all. Right elbow. You can go on that one. left shoulder can go on you, and then we just need to build another set of lights, because they were not going to fit over here. Right, that can go on there. That is all the computer parts copied. You know what, I'm just going to bunk. Where is it? It really annoys me that these lights are tucked away in the truss section and not with the other lights. Some of these arrangements don't really make sense anymore, but yeah, we'll have that light there, we'll have that light there. Cool. That is the left-hand side. Copy those settings, but we will need to rename a bunch of stuff. That can be that. And copy all that can be that. Right, that should be all the bits that needs. I can get rid of all of this. And we need to copy any settings. They should be... Oh, there goes a battery drone. So, whilst I was chatting nonsense, he has gone off to recharge. What are you doing? Are you figuring your life out? Or are you being stupid? Yeah, sometimes the AI blocks get a little bit confused. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely need to turn that collision avoidance off. It's not working properly with them. Yeah, now I've cycled through all of that, you figured your life out, haven't you? Or maybe the beacons just need refreshing on every time I load the save. Yeah, they will fly into the power plant. They will then recharge the battery if this guy's got any bloody power left to give him. And then what should happen is when the battery fills up again, he will fly back to his docking station over there and continue charging up the refinery mech. Right, so these arms, all of this needs changing names for a start. This is all going to be mobile factory. And then I need to make a whole bunch of groups for stuff. That will be... It's going to be a grabby claw, eventually, is my idea, is to make some kind of claw with mag plates or landing gear or something that can pick up bits of debris, dead drones, all that kind of stuff. So that needs to be that, that needs to be that. Oh, well done. You know what, I'm just going to go sit in a control seat and do it, it'll be easier. There we go. Ref, because everything is now backed. Get rid of anything that's got that tag on it. Bum 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 bum. So for now, I think I'm just going to set up the controllers and stuff for the arms. Hang on. And do the bum 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 bum. Oh, right, yeah, it's all there now. Cool. Yeah, I'm just going to set up the controls for the arms. I'm not going to do the deploy stuff yet. I just need to make the claws and figure out how they're going to work. So, left arm. That's a point. Did I even get around to naming? Oh yeah, I have actually. Yes, I have. Arms, hinges, rotors, hinges, rotors, hinges, rotors, and pistons. Oh cool, I did name everything last time. Sweet. That makes life easier. Right, let's jump down here again then. Let's get into a spectator view. Let's see things. There we go. There's the arm I'm looking at. Bum ba bum. What have we got? Controller. We'll do the shoulder first. I'm looking at. There we go. Set aside 7 hours for the stream. I probably won't be doing 7 this evening. It's a Sunday night. I can't really go on till midnight without disturbing the neighbours and people that need to get up early in the morning. But I'll be going till at least 10 o'clock tonight. 10 o'clock at the very least. Maybe 11. Which is about 6 hours from now anyway, so we'll get at least a good 6-hour stream out of this one. Right, so azimuth, arm, rotor, LS. Where are you hiding in this list of nonsense? Left shoulder rotor, left shoulder hinge. We don't have a camera yet because I've not got as far as that, and we've not got a tool to equip to the end of it. Oh, because I've not got a camera on the end, I can't actually... Yeah, there's no camera, there's no tool, so I can't actually set up to control it in any sort of way. Right, in that case, let's do the Grabby Claw first. I need to figure that out. What could we do? What could we do? What could we do? What could we do? Well, definitely going to use some hinges, I think. Mag plates or physical grip? I'm going to go with mag plates just because it makes life easier. I mean, I can do something that, like, provides a certain amount of actual physical grip, but the mag plates will just make life easier. And we've got a nice selection of different size mag plates now, so we can do a variety of different things, maybe. There's a whole bunch of options. So... possibly the most basic setup that we could do, at least for the moment, is something along the lines of this. Although, I'll try this idea out. So if I have a couple of them under there, what do? Oh no, that overhangs way too much. I'd like to try and use these new little landing gear Type 2s, because they look really cool, and they look like a little claw almost anyway. What could I attach that with? I'll do something like that. Triangle piece, but the triangle piece looks a little bit basic for that. What does that look like? What would that look like? Possibly. Something like that, because that could then move down to... No, that's the wrong one. Yeah, that... Yeah. Too big. I'd really like some kind of half-block mag plate, because we've got these full-block ones. We've got ones that are like 2 blocks thick. And we've got those that are 2 blocks tall. And then we've got the mag plates that are super, super, super skinny. But I'd like something that was like the same size as a half block. That would be nice. Bum 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 bum. What else could I do with that? What else could I do with that? Crab claws. Yeah, man. That's pretty much my idea. They're all fairly arthropody anyway. Insecty, spidery, crabby, however you want to look at them. So yeah, some big crab claw things for him to grab stuff with. Yeah, no, that idea, I do like it, but it hangs down too low, so if they closed up, they'd be, they wouldn't close up at a nice angle, basically. And if I converted to small grid, it'd be very, very, very small, and very, very, very fragile compared to that. Hum, 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 hum. What about maybe some more articulation in the claw? Copy all, copy, paste. Do 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 do. Hang on, what we're doing. Copy all of that. Copy, paste that onto there. Where are we? Another hinge, same orientation. Copy, paste that onto there. Do 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 do. And 45. What about? It's going to be 60, isn't it? Yeah. Of course, you're going to lock to each other. Take that off. Take that off. Take that off. Take that off. Yeah. Settle down. Yeah, that is not the answer, apparently. Right, perhaps it's not 60. Perhaps that's too much. Call it 50. 50. You want? Oh, no, you're going the wrong way. You're going that way. Oh, I'm thinking about it backwards. It wouldn't be that, it'd be, because we're trying to add up to 90, so that would be 30. And that would be 60. And that would sit nicely in the middle, that's the one. Doing your math wrong, trying to get a 90-degree angle and not adding up to 90 degrees. So that gets extra. That gets... What the hell is going on there? Copy all. Copy, paste. Thank you very much. Yeah, then that meets perfectly in the middle, and that's just a wee bit too much, because that'll probably scrub. I want there to be at least a little bit of a gap. Yeah, because obviously you can see there it's pushing off by 0.4 of a degree. So if we call that 60... No, not 65. 55. Call that 35. Copy set and copy all. Copy setting paste. Copy setting, copy all, copy setting... Paste, there we go, that's a little bit better. You can close that gap up a little bit more with a bit more maths, but that will do for now-ish. Actually, as much as I really like that, I want to see if I can put another block in between these two hinges. Then I can create a connection point and I could actually cover those hinges up a little bit. If I cut you off there, and I cut you off from there, I can add another hinge head, add another hinge head, build that all up. Oh, smack. The angle is going to be an issue. You're not picking anything up like that. I need your claws mounted sideways. Boom. Right. Add a new piston head. Yeah, because that arm, it needs to be able to grab things sideways. It's not going to be able to scoop up from underneath. That's not going to work. So we need to have that mounted the other way. I think we can go with that one. Yeah, we've got all the bits down there we can just copy and paste from, that'll be fine. Yeah, I'll try it like that instead. So we'll have a couple of a couple of hinges like that. Then yeah, I think I'm going to put a couple of those in. What one's my copying? It's this one here, isn't it? Copy all of that. Place that onto there. That can be claw hinge L01 A. Copy all, copy paste L01 L02A. Oop, L02A. Yeah, cool. Right, then we can have another set of hinges. Same orientation as the first set, and then that's what we're going to copy off here. Isn't it? Yes, it was. Copy all of that. Copy, paste. Claw hinge L01B. Copy all. Where is it? That one. Copy. Paste R01B. Now, not any better choice of triangular blocks. So I do like that. The only other option really for armour blocks is just a standard armour block triangle that doesn't look nearly as interesting. We do also have that angled wall piece that does look quite cool. And that's it generally for triangular blocks, isn't it? There isn't not really much in the blast doors that I'd want to use. Oh yeah, hang on, what about those round ones? Maybe the wall with the light. Possibly. I want something sort of triangular that kind of tapers off with it a little bit, and I don't think there's no lights that are mounted in triangular walls. Oh yeah, I think it was those round blocks I was going to look at. You got that. Ooh, we have got that. I do really like these new round blocks. They look very cool. What does that look like with one of them? No, I don't like the way this corner bit sticks out. It does look quite cool, but I don't quite like the way those edges meet up. I might just stick with... Ooh, actually, what's that like? Yeah, it makes it look too boxy that way. So yeah, I think I'm going to mount a camera there. In fact, can I mount a camera there? Or I get carried away? Yes, I can get one of them there. Or I could even have one of them on the inside of the claw, so mounting a camera isn't an issue. Go with that. Does that end up looking like it's floating? No, it looks like it's actually attached to the model. That's cool. Yeah, that'll do. That... I'm not happy with that. I might just stick with the diagonal wall piece for now. I like all the little details on it. And the corners of the two blend together a little bit nicer. Oh, well, I did stick that one on this side upside down. Yeah, I'll just do it like that for now. Where's the thing? Right, so we can have that like that. That like that. They can fold in on each other. Oh yeah, obviously I'll have to change the angles because I've put an extra block in there, that's why it's so wide there now. Right, that can be... on... floor... L01. Not used for parking, no auto locking because that'll cause problems. Copy all of that. Paste that onto there. These can actually probably be moved in much further now. I will call that 70, 20. In fact, I might even lock that hinge. We didn't even actually need to move. I didn't mean to take the whole name. Just meant to take the settings. Copy all but name, that's the one. Copy, paste. It's not too bad. Let's try and go a little bit further. We'll call that 15. Call that 15. Call that 75. And call that 75. And that's just about not touching. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, in that case, I think, yeah, I'll probably just lock off these ones, because they don't necessarily need to move. It's just the outer ones that actually need to be able to move and do stuff. They can stay locked, and that's one less thing to worry about automating. So that it doesn't actually need any torque on there, but 1, 2, 3, a little bit on each side. Copy all but name, copy, paste that on there. 15, 50, oh yeah, it also doesn't need any velocity, it's going to be locked. Because that's just forces pushing against nothing for no reason. Is there going to be a way I can automate that? Opening and closing. Oh yes, there is, but I'm going to need to rebuild the claw again. Yeah, actually, you know what, there is a way I can probably automate that. Let's just do a little save here in case I want to just go back again. Right, there is a way I can automate that, I think. I can get a trigger action out of it, so I add the piston head back on again. Block tools. We can use block tools to trigger actions. Now, I don't actually want it to be functional, so I don't want to drill in there, and I don't want a grinder, because I don't want it to take any parts away. I'm going to use a welder, even though it's not actually going to be doing any welding technically. It might do a little bit by proxy, but I can use the on-off action of this welder as a trigger to move the claw. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And I should hopefully be able to rebuild this much quicker and much easier. So if I pop you on there, pop you on there, I can then copy all that, paste that onto there, copy all of that and paste it onto there. Then I can copy all of that again, delete, delete, get rid of that and that. And with any luck, I should be able to just place this claw back in place. Groovy. Right, let's open that side up so we've got a bit of room. Theoretically, you could use a sensor with limits close to the middle of the claw. To do what, Stephen? To automate the arm? Or the claw? Is there easy ways we can do that? So, how wide do I want that to open up? I don't want it to go all the way to 90. Trigger for the grip. Yes, you could do. I've got another idea I like doing, which I will show you in a second. Right, so I want that to be able to open a little bit more than that. We will call it 25. Yeah, we'll call it 25 for now. Don't want it going all the way to minus 90. That's far too much. So that would be able to open like so, and then get those hinges to close up together. Right, so I can use the trigger action of that welder to trigger that claw. Because it'll be a similar way I use to making manual triggers for my stupid super weapons. In fact, I'll get to show off one of those stupid super weapons tomorrow when the new update goes live, because if you've watched my my 209 preview video, the big artillery, the big assault cannons in that are entirely vanilla, and they've got a rotating barrel assault rifle thing going on, and that is all automated and triggered using a welder to fire the gun. So, what do I need? What do I need? I need another event controller. Surprise, surprise. What side's what? That's... Oh, I'm so confused here now. Ugh, I'm upside down. Oh, yeah, that needs painting back, doesn't it? That doesn't want to be that colour. Where are we? Right, we're this side. So, that's left, that's right. Ugh. Yeah, right, cool. So, controller, claw, trigger, L01. We'll call it that for now. Claw, trigger, R01. Right, let's get in that seat. Let's get in that arm. Right, for a start, I've deleted it like 4 times, haven't I? Just done the arm. Camera. Can I put a camera on there? I can. It's going to sit right over the top of that, but I really don't care that much. Arm, camera. L01 is what it can be called for now. Right, where are we? Right, so I can finish setting up the arm stuff now that I've got a camera on there. So, arm, left shoulder, there we are. Camera, there we go, and now I should have the control stuff. Because you need to have, for a turret controller, a minimum of either a camera or a weapon or tool or something, otherwise you don't get any of these options down here. We're gonna turn all that off. Don't need any of that now. Also helps when you've got the thing turned on. There we go. Control. What am I looking at? Ooh, that's the wrong button. Oh, I've gotten them completely the wrong way around. Oh, yeah. Idiot, wrong way around. Azimuth is the hinge, elevation is the rotor. Oop, wrong one. That's the one. Right. Up and down, up and down. Left and right are backwards, and those hinges need a bit more power. Azimuth is backwards. We will just call that 5 for now. Doesn't need to move that fast. Left and right, up and down. Arm, left shoulder. Really? 10 million? The other one? Oh yeah, this one's got all the extra gubbins though, hasn't it? What's that rotor doing? 10 million. We'll call it 15. Might need a little bit more. Arm left. Oh no, arm left shoulder rotor. Oop, not enough zeros. That wasn't that great and all event controllers. Yes, there we go. That's not drooping too badly when I let go of the mouse now. Yeah, that's not as bad. Left and right needs a bit more work though. Left shoulder hinge. We'll do the same with you. 20 million. Yeah, that feels a little bit better. Oh, hey Kilo 4, how you doing, mate? Right, so that's the left shoulder setup. Okay. Let's do the left elbow, and then we can work on the grabby claw trigger. Bum 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 ba bum ba bum bum. What am I looking at? I'm looking at a hinge, not a controller. That's a piston. Where the hell are the controllers? There we go. Left elbow. Right, so azimuth on this one is the rotor. Rotor left elbow. Rotor left hinge. Camera left arm. Help if I turn the thing on. Control. Up and down are backwards. Left and right are backwards, obviously. -5. -5. Left, right, up, down. Cool. Let's put a little bit more into the end of that. Might not need as much as the upper part of the arm. Left elbow, 15 million. Oop, that's 150 million. That's too many zeros. There we go. That feels a little bit more stable. Although, yeah, maybe the... Yeah, I think the top half of the arm might need a bit more power though. It's sagging a bit as I move this arm about. Bum 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 bum. looking for. Left shoulder, that's the one. Call it 25 million then. Oop, that's 250. There we go. And we'll do the hinge to match. Oop, too many. That's a bit stronger. Right, so that'll do the arm for now. What are those pistons doing? They've got shear inertia tensor on already. Right, okay. So yeah, that's... yeah, that'll have to do for that for now. I can greeble up the arm a bit more in a minute. Right, let's do... let's do the arm pistons. So I need some groups, so I'll have one for that piston, one for that piston, and a couple for the right hand pistons, which we will set up once we've got the left hand side working nicely. So these are going to be controlled by those arm controllers I set up earlier on that little computer we squeezed into the ceiling. So extend L01. That is going to be this first piston you can see behind my hood in the arm. And these are all going to be set to thruster output, which is why we've got a whole bunch of thrusters attached to the small grid control seat I'm sitting in. Because we're going to use the output of those ion thrusters to trigger these event controllers, and then those event controllers are in turn going to trigger the pistons for us. So I copied over most of the settings, just need to swap them over. So extend piston 01, that is going to be the... not those thrusters, not those thrusters. Ah, those thrusters. Let's rename them. Because they are... oh yeah, we called them grinder thruster, didn't we? Because we were going to build grinder arms, and then I changed my mind. Quickly rename them instead to claw thrusters. I'm going to need to change that, because otherwise that'll bug me. Because it's not a claw control grinder control thruster anymore, it's a claw control thruster. It's not a grinder seat hinge anymore either. It's a claw seat hinge. Which means I need to quickly change some of the groups in here. So, claw. Let's just quickly swap them over. Claw seat hinge. That is the hinges on the control seat you're sitting on. So it can deploy and retract. Was that just using a... that's just using a block. I can change that over in a minute. Claw thrusters, so they can go on and off. We'll quickly do the same with that side. Claw hinges. Claw seat hinge. Claw control. Thrusters on and off. Yeah, I put a... Yeah, I put a spotlight on the front of the seat, didn't I? So you can see what's going on in front of you. So let's just quickly do that as well. So what was that? Floodlight. Grinder control floodlight. You get to be... Claw control. Ooh, claw control. Group for you. Group for you. Claw. How's it gone there? Ah, there it is. Floodlight. Claw control. On. Off. Flood. On. And off. There we go. Right, so that should be having that seat working again, right? Yep, that all retracts, that turns off, the thrusters turn off. And they all have turned back on again. Now I've got back in the seats. Yep, cool. Right, those groups work. I can get rid of that and that and that and that. Right, so controllers extend claw thruster up is going to do the extension, retraction, then claw thruster down on the left hand side, whatever that is hiding. Claw thruster up, claw thruster down on the left hand side, that will retract that piston. So, piston, arm, L, there we go. When that thruster fires, we will set the velocity on that piston to 1, and when it stops firing, we'll set it to 0. And then for the retract one, we'll do the opposite. So we will set the velocity to -1 and 0. And now when I press, that's F9, when I press up and down on my keyboard, it now triggers that, because we are attached through those thrusters. Let's see if I can get a decent angle. You can see the down one there, you can just about see the arm there. Ooh, that's got a bit of jiggle to it. Oh, I know what's going on there. There is not enough mass on this grid here. So that minimal bit of output thrust on that is fighting against that. I just need to make that heavier. Oh yeah, because I did it on that side already. I counterbalanced it, and that settled it down that side when I was messing around. Let's just quickly do that then. I'll pop out that seat. Ooh. No, you're not. Easier to get up there. If I pop a couple of... Get my paint colour. If I pop some heavy blocks on there to add a bit more mass to that grid, that should be enough. Where was it? Yeah, there we go. That's massively calmed down all that wobbling. Now it's fighting against the mass of all of those heavy blocks. And we can still get in and out of that nicely. Yeah, cool. Again, some of the jiggle that you might experience with hinges and subgrids and things, sometimes it is just a mere fact of one of the subgrids just isn't heavy enough. One of the reasons I wanted to put that block in between these two is because the grid in between those hinges would technically literally just be that head there and that base there, and combined they are not very heavy, particularly when you've got all of that on one side and then all of this on the other side of that subgrid. So a little bit of extra weight here and there can help balance out subgrids. Right, so we have now got a less jiggly seat, and we can extend and retract that part of the arm. Now we can do the next part of the arm, so extend L02, that's the one. So that will be 4 thruster forward and 4 thruster reverse. What's that? Would I be a fan of having event controllers recognise control inputs directly so you wouldn't have to use that? I wouldn't be opposed to it. Literally the only reason I do it with thrusters like that is because there isn't a way to directly control it. But the way event controllers are set up is they're set up like if statements, so I think they kind of have to have a block to react to do stuff. But I mean, if Keen could set it up where it was just a keyboard input, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't mind. It'd save me having to faff around with thrusters. But honestly, I would rather than do that, I would rather they add a few more blocks to the event controllers that can trigger them. Like, I'd really like to see suspension blocks be recognised by event controllers. So you could have things like possibly react to the parking brake signal or the velocity of your suspension blocks, like what speed they're actually spinning, rather than like what speed limit you've set them to. There's a whole bunch of blocks I'd like to see get added to the event controllers. Right, so what we're doing L02 extend. Right, so piston L02 set velocity 1. SE2 has it already. It's put just on. Yes, the direct control thing on the rotors and pistons. It's really basic at the moment on SE2. It basically controls all the pistons or all the rotors on a grid rather than individual ones, but the SE2 developers have mentioned to me that they want to expand on that so that you can like control individual mechanical blocks or individual groups of mechanical blocks, because they've got like a whole bunch of ideas for what they want to do with the mechanical stuff and subgrids in SE2. But yeah, the direct control stuff that SE2's got is really interesting. The mechanical blocks just need to catch up in their functionality basically to make proper use of it yet. And then that side of that can be set that to 0. Then extend, retract. Arm piston L02, set velocity -1. And set velocity 0. So now I should be able to use the forward and reverse keys to extend that part, and use the up and down keys to do that part of the arm. So we can make it reach out nice and far. Cool. Yes, Kilo 4. It does sound promising. Yeah, unfortunately, the rotors are missing a few key things at the moment, like hinge limits and stuff. But from what's that? I think they want to use the feedback from this competition for development. I think you'll have your own plushie. I would very much like my own plushie. Keen were nice enough to send me one of the new SE2 plushies when we did the VS2 preview videos a while back. So I have got one of the limited edition SE2 little plushie engineers sat on my desk in front of me now. But yeah, I would love to have my own little drag plushie. I was joking that I want to try and customise the one they sent me into a little drag mechanic plushie. I just need to figure out how to dye and modify him without completely ruining him. But yeah, I've got a little SE2 plushie now. Now what's that? You try and literally take notes off the stream. Well, that's why I'll leave them all up there for people to refer back to whenever they want to. Right, so I've done the arm controls, I can do those bits. I want to set up the grabby claw now. So, grabby claw. We are going to do some silly things. So, claw hinges. Let's name this stuff properly first. Factory 01. Told you, boot camp. I just watch the streams, man. The streams are the boot camp. Right, so we do that. Prefix all of them. Arm claw L01. I will name. That's 2, that is, isn't it? Right, so we'll have a group for the claws. How's that got named? R01. That's me not paying attention. A, B, B. Right. Nope. 1A, 1B, 2B. There we go. 1A, 1A, 1B, 2B. Right, cool. Then we will have a group for... Oh, in fact, I don't even need to move those outer ones because we locked them, didn't we? Yeah, we locked them in place. I just never changed... Oh no, they're all good. Oh, it's those settings don't change. Let's call that, for now, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll call that 10 million. We'll call that 10 million. Nope, that ain't enough. That's not enough zeros. That's still not enough zeros. That's enough zeros. Alright, so realistically, we only actually need to move them. So I could just make a group for that. Right, trigger, arm claw. You will be block switched on and off. No, that's not what I want. Where's that welder? Welder. You are not going to be a welder. You're going to be factory. Claw trigger L01 is what you're going to be. So, the way that tools work, as opposed to the way weapons work, when you press the fire button, whether that's on a control pad or the mouse, when you click that button, it sends a fire signal to the block, which starts it firing. With tools, that fire signal turns the block on and off. And it turns it on and off like a regular block. So we can use that with the block on and off action to respond to us using that manually. So if I set that welder as the trigger and I take that hinge group, claw hinge, and I set that to 5 when we set it off and -5 when we stop setting off. If I then stick that welder on my toolbar, which I'll just stick down here for now. Ooh, hang on. Do 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 do. That should. Hang on, why is that not doing anything? Do 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 do. Trigger, on. Claw velocity. Claw trigger. I'm looking at the right thing. Block is on, block is off. Is it? Hang on. Bum. Arm left. Add. Might have to do it this way and go through there. Arm unit, left, control. There we go. So now, when I'm using the turret controller, when I click my mouse button, it now opens and closes those hinges. So that is me holding the mouse button down. As you can see, the welder is lighting up. Get a little bit closer so you can see the light on the welder. As the light on the welder goes on and off, it now closes and opens those hinges for me. So I've now got a manual control button for when I'm using this turret controller. So I just need to decide how I'm gonna activate the mag plate part. Do. So, let me just jump out of that seat for a second. Let's get rid of that. You know what, let's just delete all of this junk down here. I'm just going to copy and paste that entire claw. Right, so we're there. We could reach out with the claw and we can grab it, and that's just physical grip at the minute. That's not even with the mag plate on. That's just me. Oop, now you can see it's sliding around a bit as I move that. So those claw hinges need to be stronger. Let's call that 20 million. What's that? Even like a pressure plate to trigger. Another thing I've been wanting is a dedicated trigger block for this purpose. Even like a pressure plate trigger would be nice too. Yeah, something like that would be good. A pressure plate would be quite handy. Right, so let's extend that a bit more again. Yeah, those hinges. Oh, it's because they're pushing, isn't it? Pushing against each other. So what I need to do, let's just try. So I think increasing the torque on those hinges isn't actually going to improve anything. It's just going to push harder and harder on each side. So if I put it up to 50 million, just to see. Yeah, whether it's 10, 20 or 50 million, it still has that jiggle, because the hinges are pushing against each other no matter what. So I need it to essentially stop pushing when it grabs stuff, somehow. Oh, I know how I could do that. I think. Claw. Dum 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 dum. Claw. What am I looking for? Claw hinge. Let's bring that back down. It doesn't need to be 50 million. I think that's way too much anyway. It could sushi roll. It could roll sushi. Oh, I love sushi so much. One of my favourite things to make. Can you have the landing gear lock instead of actually touching? Well, one of the things I'm thinking of is having a way of getting that to lock. So I'm thinking of putting another event controller on there so that when... Where are we? So yeah, so that when both of the landing gears have registered that they can lock, it will engage the lock and turn off the velocity on the claws. And then letting go would disengage the locks and turn the velocity back on, maybe. What's that? You can't eat at the moment because your missus is pregnant. That's tragic. Not that your missus is pregnant, that you can't eat the sushi. I don't know how I'd live without being able to eat sushi. Right, so... Yeah, I need that to stop jiggling like that. So I think another event controller. When in doubt, just put another event controller on it. That's usually what I do. Right, where's my little computer? You are hiding up here. I can get another event controller behind that hinge, can't I? Yep. Cool. Right, so what would I want this event controller to be called in the first place? Bum 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 bum. Let's put another one in there anyway. Factory. I was just gonna call it claw grab for now. I'm going to come up with a better name for it later. Right, back in the seat then. So, let's first of all, where are we? Let's first of all test this with the hinge settings. Claw, grab, grab. Right, you are gonna look at landing gear ready to lock. If you look at both of them, and when both of them together are ready to lock, you can set the velocity on that to 0. That way you'll stop pushing. There we go. Now when I jiggle the arm, I haven't got either side of the rotors pushing against each other and moving the other side. Wicked. Oh, and then we dropped it. Well, that's fine. Right, that's the arms not pushing against each other. I'll put you back there so you're a bit easier to get to again. Try that again. There we go. Now I'll pick it up. I can jiggle that arm around all day long and those claws are not fighting each other. Wicked. That's what we want. So, we could also... what's that? And the award for the most event controls and relays in the solar system goes to Red Mozart Mechanic. Yeah, I'll happily accept that award. You should see some of my other builds. They've got some of them have got an obscene amount of event controllers in them doing stuff. That Warhammer Titan build, that has got so many event controllers in there. In fact, actually, you, mobile base, you have got basically every function on your entire thing built into one big supercomputer. So that is just a solid brick of timers and event controllers and more timers and more event controllers and a couple of lights and more event controllers and more event controllers, and there's a little tiny gap up here where I haven't built any. But yeah, that is basically a solid brick of event controllers and relays. And that controls just about every aspect of that mech. And this one over here has got a similar brick of event controllers. All of his logic, all of his programming is all buried in here. What's that? Have I, do not detach that hinge. This is one of the reasons that I now use groups for everything. Yeah, this one's a bit of an older design. I think this is just using the individual blocks and all of its programming. So yeah, if you detach that rotor, you'd probably break the whole build. Whereas now, I use groups for almost everything I can. So, in the event that something gets detached or damaged, you can easily replace it and just put the group name back in, and it'll all be fine. Or, you can make things interchangeable and use group names. So yeah, that's why everything has groups these days. Yeah, right. Have I ever had it crash because of that? Not because of event controllers. I have had the game crash when trying to use too many AI blocks at once. Which ones is it? Some of the AI blocks get a little bit moody when they are trying to follow a dynamic grid that is also moving at the same time. And it can really lag the game out. But it depends how you have it set up. I think it's when they're following a relative beacon or waypoint and the grid's moving, it will get a bit weird and janky, whereas if you just have them follow the player, it can calculate that a little bit better from what I've tested. But yeah, I've never had a game crash because of too many event controllers, I don't think. Right, so... That arm can do that. We can pick stuff up. We can grab it. I want that grabby brag. That's the wrong way around. I want that grabby arm to also... I want it to also lock those claws down when it grabs. But I will need... Now, if I set that to do that, it can lock down, but as soon as I let go of the button, the claws will still be locked down, but the hinges will try and retract and then they'll start pushing against the mag locks. So, I either need to turn the hinges off, or I need to set up the claws to stop grabbing when we release the button, which is I think the way I'll do it for now. So trigger, when we let go of the button, it will also unlock those claws. There we go, so that's now mag locked down as well. If I let go... Ooh, that stopped moving the hinges. Oh, right, yeah, because it was still in detection range. Ah, that's an issue, isn't it? Yeah, because I can technically still trigger that like that. Oh, there's a failsafe in there somewhere. What can I do about that? When the trigger... Oh, I know. The grab controller can turn itself off once it is registered a grab, and we can turn it back on when we actually activate the trigger. Grab on. Close that up. That's grab that. Let go of that. That's released properly. Trigger it. Both register. It grabs. Let go. It opens up. Sweet. Much better. Yeah, that'll do. Well, although it's out of range now. And we can grab ourselves, but we can also release. Cool, that'll do. That'll work like that. Timer to reset. Honestly, I try and avoid using timers for anything these days. The only time I really use timers for anything these days is when I either specifically don't need an event controller, or if I've put too many actions in the event controller and I need more space. And then I'll just get the event controller to trigger a timer instead, because a timer's got like nearly 100 slots in it, and event controller's only got 10 per side. Yeah, that'll do like that, I think. And yeah, because if we get that claw to move any quicker than that, it's at risk of smashing whatever it tries to pick up. Oh, the only issue then is to get it back up there. I'm controlling the arm. I'm down here. I move that up. I move my arm. I exit from the controller. The arm switches off. Yeah, because I need to be able to get... Or maybe... hang on. Yeah, because I want to get some kind of action in there to pick the item up and drop it into this pit. That's kind of the entire point of this arm, is to be able to grab things and drop it into the grinder pit. So what could we do about that? Dum da dum dum dum. What could we do about that? Let's get back in that seat. Arm unit left shoulder. Right. You're the other part of the arm. You're the top bit. Oh, I've not set you up with a trigger, have I? Nope. There we go. Right, trigger. You can grab stuff, but you only reach... Well, you operate the entire top half of the arm, and I can't bend it in the middle from here. I can't swap between them, and if I try and swap between them like that, the arm opens up and drops it. So, perhaps a way. Perhaps a way to automate and animate a sequence to get the arm up there. Oh, that's really... I don't like the fact that the end of that arm can't rotate very well. What do I want to do about that? Same as the sequence to store them away. I've not set up the stowing sequence for these arms yet. That was for the drill arms, but yes, it will be something similar to that. I'm just trying to decide, do I want to put an extra rotor in here so that this claw can level out and rotate that way? I think I want to. I mean, I might as well put more subgrids in it. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I could automate a sequence that could bring the arm up here and drop something once the arm has... Where are we? Are we even sat in the seat? We're not. Yeah, because what I could possibly do is at the moment we've got it set up so that it's too far away. Well, it doesn't really matter. Basically, I've got it set up at the moment so that when both those claws are within range of each other, they lock down, and then when I release the button, it unlocks, which is all good and well for just picking stuff up. But I could set it up instead so that when it achieves that lock on both of them, it then turns off the arms so that I'm not in control anymore, leaves those hinges where they are, and then just automates the arm coming back up into position. Do I mean even more event controllers? Yes, I do, Stephen. There is going to be a few more event controls in there. There might even be another turret controller. I don't think I've got the room for it in that little tiny space, though. I might have to extend the computer down this way a bit. Where could I? Yeah, because I want to have a rotor in here. I want this claw to be able to level out with the ground, because that is as flat to the ground as it can get at that angle. Because the way it rotates there. Yeah. So, we are going to do a little quick save. And we're going to chop that off. Now, because I did all of that programming on the computers with groups, for all of this stuff, I should be able to plug that back on again, or paste it back on again in a minute, and the only thing I really need to set up is the trigger for the event controller and on the turret controller. Rotor. Am I not close enough? Am I not physically close enough? Oh, I'm physically close enough. I just chopped the piston head off, didn't I, dummy? Weld it up anyway. Oh, it's 5 minutes to brew time. Right. I'm gonna rebuild this arm quickly, and then I'm gonna go for a bio break and grab a fresh cup of tea, and then we'll figure out how to automate this, picking up an item and dumping it in there. I've done automated arm sequences before, as you've seen with that, and I've done more complicated ones before, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. The only problem I can foresee is not having enough space for all the event controllers that I want in that space. Yeah, zeros at the top. Right, that is plugged into there again. So all I should have to reset up is... yeah, because I've plugged it back on, so the claw piston, the claw group is back again. What am I looking at? Oh yeah, should just be that. That'll be missing a camera, and that will be missing a trigger. That will be missing a camera, and that will be missing a trigger. The trigger will be missing a trigger. Claw, trigger, and the grab will be missing the claws. So, hang on, get into position. Yeah, that all works again. Yeah, cool, and that is why I like using groups. Because the blocks just remember the group names. They don't care what the blocks are, they just care what the group name is. So then that... N factory 01. What's that, Stephen? To quote the A-Team, I love it when a good plan comes together. Yeah, man. I'll just call it arm rotor left hand for now. So we've got shoulder, elbow and hand. That probably won't need a whole lot of range of motion, just a little bit. 15, shear inertia sensor. Just call it minus 15. And 15 for now. What? Actually, that might... no, that would be really tricky. Now, I'd have to change all the thrusters to do that. And I can't use mods. I couldn't use my thrusters. That wouldn't fit. Yeah, I might just have to do it with another event, another torque controller. Wrist. L, S. I've used LH in the past. I know it doesn't really particularly make sense. I might change it to wrist. I could actually... there's nowhere I could really squeeze another set of thrusters on here, is there, without it being very, very problematic. Not left and right ones, because the only one I could get facing that way, that would... that would almost certainly scrub against that hinge. Because there's two ways I can control that wrist rotor. I can either put in another turret controller and have another button I have to swap between, or I could set up another manual control thing, kind of like the pistons, but with left and right thrusters. and be able to use the left and right buttons to angle it into position. But there's such a chunky block of thrusters on here already. Yeah, that would absolutely get in the way there. And look a bit crap, probably. Where am I? I mean, it's not clanging, but the hinges aren't stressing out. That's a good sign. No, it doesn't look particularly nice. No, the hinges aren't sparking or freaking out. If I jump back out of that seat, there is still a reasonable gap in there, isn't there? That was very close. Then again, could strip that back to other blocks if that is going to clang, because that might be scrubbing there. It's hard to tell without which way around. Which way around am I? Yeah, that's no good. Just the other way. Just the other way around. Right, if I jump in. That didn't look like it sparked or scrubbed or pushed in a weird way. That might actually work. We might be able to greeble around that to make it not look really sketchy and weird. Because I don't want to really put another turret controller in here. 2 is already complicated enough, particularly when it comes to automating this return system. Whereas just having the ability to tap the left and right buttons to level that claw out as we go would probably be better. And that's only going to take... well, it's going to take up the same amount of blocks in the computer anyway, but it just means I don't have to use another turret controller. And then I would also be using all 6 axis on the thrusters as well. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it like that way around. Hopefully that'll be alright and won't scrub. But I will come back to that in a second. I'm just going to have a quick bio break, grab a fresh cup of tea, and then we'll carry on doing some mad nonsense with this arm and try and get it picking up parts for us and dumping them into his grinder pit automatically. So, don't go anywhere, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Right, I am back again. Right, so what were we doing? Oh yeah, I was going to set up some controls to balance that out, wasn't I? Right, let's get my HUD back on then. Paint you that colour, paint you the appropriate colour as well. Just about doesn't scrub in there as far as I know. That looks a little bit crap. What if I put one of them in there? That looks a little less crap. So what's that? That's going to be right, isn't it? Is that left? Yeah, that's me left button, I thought so. Confusing way around. So yeah, that will be control, thruster, left, and that will be control, thruster, right. And then we need, surprise, surprise, more event controllers. Because I can't get enough of them. Where am I going to put them? I will put them in this gap here. So we'll have... I'm going to need two for either side, aren't I? I will do left and right like that for now. What's what? Controller, arm, extend, retract. Yeah, okay. Copy all. What should we do? Controller, arm, rotor. No, call it claw. Actually, yeah, we'll just call it arm, rotor, left. Copy, paste. L01. Let's put that tag on the end, didn't I? Right, that should do it then. I named that rotor, didn't I? Arm rotor, yes I did. Didn't paint it the right smegging colour. And that's not even the right colour either. There we go. Fine. Painted. Where are we? I'll paint them the right colour. Yes, I did. Right, that's fine. Okay. Let's sort this out then. So, rotor, left hand, arm rotor left, arm rotor right, left hand rotor, do. Positive, tilts it left, negative, tilts it right. Okie dokie. So, thruster output, 5%. Thruster output, 5%. Thruster, LF. T, control, claw thruster, that's the one. RGT, claw thruster. Right, there we go. Hello Space Ace, gave a like for you. Thank you very much, mate. If anyone else would like to drop a like on the stream, it'd be much appreciated. It helps out with that mysterious YouTube nonsense. But yeah, cheers dude, welcome to the party. Right, so that's those thrusters set up. So, when those thrusters fire, rotor will set velocity. We'll try 5 and 0, and that's not an A, that's a slash. Arm rotor set velocity -5 and 0, because that is essentially the same inputs that the turret controller would give to the rotor anyway. Hey, hang on. Arm claw left, arm claw right. Arm rotor LH. Where am I? Oh, I switched off. Oh, I get it. Yeah. Why have they got them turned off? I don't remember turning them off. Turn them on would be helpful. There we go. Left, right, left, right. Left and right. I might give that rotor a bit more range of movement actually. Arm, rotor. Left arm, let's just say -45 either side. Or 45 either side. So we can really get into the right position when we need to. Because yeah, as I turn that arm, it will pitch into a weird angle, but I can use those rotors to balance it out. I can use those pistons to come back and forth, although holding at the same time seems to, yeah, trying to push the piston forward and use the rotor, it just seems to roll all the way to the side and doesn't stop until you release all the thrusters. That's interesting. Oh well, at least works like that. And then, how high off the ground is that claw? That's at full extension and it's not touching the floor, so you're at 60. Oh, I've not even set limits on you. That would be probably a good idea. Right, let's put you back to 0. -45 for now. And all the way up to 90. Because I'm probably going to need you to lift up quite high. So if we do -5, oop, 45 is enough to slam the floor. What are we actually sitting on? 45. Let's not slam the floor like that. Let's make it -40 instead. Have I just broken you? There we go. Actually, yeah, it might want to be 45. It just came down very quickly. So that's pretty much what it was on before. Yeah, we'll call it -45. So then it can reach all the way to the floor. You know what, let's actually ditch that. Let's, actually, no. Smeg it. We'll stick with that. We'll stick with that. What am I doing? I am pulling that arm back a bit. Right, so we can grab and pick that up and release and put it down. I can pitch that round when necessary to get the right angle so it's nice and flat. We can move that section of the arm. We can move that section of the arm. Oh, we actually weren't extended out all the way. Didn't realise we could get that much further down. That's fine. Might need to lift into some weird pits and things eventually. Yeah, that's fine. And then we can grab that, pick it up, it all locks down. Alright, so I want to automate a sequence that puts that up in the grinder pit. Alright, so instead of oh sorry, itchy back. Instead of when we release the arm, it does that. When that grabs, it would need to turn off the turret controllers on the arms so that I can automate the hinges. It would need to leave that locked in place. It would need to leave the hinges in place. It would need to potentially retract the pistons as well. I'd want them to come all the way in. And it would need to rotate that rotor on the end as well. Nope. Yeah, right, so you know, I'm gonna do a little save first. Let's do a little save, and let's do a little bonus save. Claw automation. Just so, in case I completely screw this up, I've got a place to go back to where I knew it worked. Alright, so trigger. When you turn that on. When I let go, I don't want you to do anything. I don't want you to do any of this stuff. I don't want you to try and retract the hinges, and I don't want you to unlock. Because there, we're going to automate stuff instead. So, when that grabs, that resets the hinges, locks the thing down, turns off the claw. So we want to put the reaction, or the start of the reaction, into this one. Because this is the one that's we're actually responding to the claw having physically picked something up. Right, so first things first. Arm units, left arm, we need to turn these off. Because while these are active, they will interfere with any velocity changes we try and make to the rotors. I don't want it to be called that, I just want it to be called that. Get rid of that group. So, first things first. Grab. Would that even need to turn itself off anymore? Probably not. You know what, I'm going to move that off command. Spell it right properly one day. I'm going to move that off command to the end of the sequence, because I don't know if I'll actually need it at the end. But we'll leave that there for now. So when that grabs, that will then turn the arm units. AI. No. Actually, hang on. I think it will be a problem though. If I am in control of that arm, I've got the left elbow. So if I'm controlling that arm directly, left L hinge. Oh, that's the torque, idiot. Oh no, that can still be affected whilst... Oh, it's when the AI is in control of it, I think. Ooh, actually, there's another way to test. Left hinge. Elbow hinge. There you are. If I stick an increase velocity and a decrease velocity on there whilst I'm using that, you can see that now reacting to stuff whilst I move that hinge up and down. That's not doing it quite right. Maybe set that to 15. Set to -15. So if I'm trying to lift it up, no, if I'm actively using that arm, then it won't do anything. So if I move the arm accidentally whilst the sequence is happening, it can end up breaking the whole thing. Okay, right, so we do need to turn the turret controllers off for this sequence. Dope. Put the arm back down there again. So yeah, we will have to turn the turret controllers off. So grab, when that grabs, that will arm unit, turn them off so that we can't accidentally break anything. It will then also let's make a single group of those pistons. Piston L0, 1 and 2. Smack. pins. You know what? I'll just call it reset when it's really obvious what it's for. What's the wrong button? Grab, claw, arm, piston, reset, set velocity -1. So when it grabs and locks down, it will turn those controllers off. It will start retracting that arm. And then it might just be some rotate angles after that. Let's just hop out of there quickly. Let's just put that back somewhere where it's easier to grab. For the purposes of testing. And then... oh, yeah. What? Something gone weird there. Right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know what's gone weird there. I do actually need to have Turger. There we go. Right, so that has locked that down, grabbed that, and booted me out of the camera and turned the arm off. When I picked that up, what are those claw hinges doing? Those claw hinges are still pushing. Oh no, that claw hinge. Yeah, they're both still pushing. Oh, hello Kieran. How you doing, man? The Spider Navy is coming on, pretty well. Grab. New. Claw hinge velocity L01. Set to 0. New is ready to lock. 402 is not ready to lock. Interesting. When it says it's ready to lock, they're both locked there. Groups claw 01. Group claw 01. You're still pushing. Oh yeah, the reason you're pushing the opposite direction, fool. Because I released the button. Well, it doesn't seem to be stressing out too much. Probably still not good. So when we get a successful grab, it could as well as all that, turn the trigger controller off, possibly. so that when I let go of that button, it's not going to do the off actions of letting go of that button. Grab. So I'm going to spell it every single way I possibly can tonight. Grab. There we go. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Thank you. Arm reset. Does all that. Potentially turns the trigger one off. That might actually need to be the first one in the sequence. To avoid any other potential... Oh no, actually, no. Yeah, actually it would need to be further on in the sequence. Let's move some stuff up a little bit then. So, what was that? Reset pistons. We'll set that to... -1. Move that. Arm units. L01. Off. Move that. Claw. L01. Lock. Move that. Claw hinge. Set velocity 0. Move that. Trigger off, because we actually don't need to be able to trigger anything again now, because we'd be technically in the middle of our returning sequence. So if I unlock that, they were pushing, which is not what we want. Arm units, turn them back on. Arms as low as it's going on that one. Also, extend that arm out a bit. Get that claw in about the right position. There we go. Right, that has locked that down. That is picking that up. Oop, didn't actually need to jump out of that seat. And those are no longer pushing. Good. There is no velocity in them. So that means they're not going to be stressing out. Cool. So that should mean the trigger controller is now switched off. Groovy. Right. Oh, I can still rotate that though. Need to turn that off. What did I call it? Arm rotor left and right. I need to be able to turn those off. Because I don't want to be able to accidentally interfere with them either, so we'll stick that into grab as well. Might end up making that into one group of stuff. Claw grab. Claw trigger. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move these again. Reset. Bump them all up again. Another one. Because the priorities can be quite important when you're doing this sequencing stuff. Making sure you turn the right things off in the right order. Otherwise you might get conflicts and stuff doing weird things. Arm unit off. Claw lock. Hinge. Set velocity 0. Off with the trigger. Off with the arm rotor controller. Right. Claw, trigger, unlock that, claw hinges, 001, -5, open that back up again, claw trigger, turn that back on, arm unit, turn that back on. There we go. Right, the claw's working again. I just need to jump out of the seat temporarily. Just let me get out of the seat temporarily. Right, let's stick that about there and do another test. Right, you. Down here, that one. Move back a bit. Alright, so we'll use that thruster to reach out. I can then close it on you. That turns off the arm. I can't rotate it. Nope, can't rotate it, can't move it, everything's off. Right. That is now all set up to be moved into a particular position. I just need to figure out what that position is going to be. So if we rotate you all the way back for a start to 90. That could rotate like that. Oh, don't want to change the torque. That's the wrong way for that. That's that way, and that doesn't turn nearly far enough. So I call that -90. That goes, yeah, that far. That's as far as I want you to go, so you don't scrub. That's as far back as I want you to go. That can fold up all the way. I don't want it to go that far at all. What if we just get that? Oh, actually, I'm not going to change that yet. Need to make a note. Oh, actually, smeg it. I'll just do it. We set that to 0. Set that to 5. That is actually a little bit too far, so we wouldn't want that to go that far. We would want that. Want that claw to try and be central with the pit. Something more like that. What would you be? You would be 5 degrees? Maybe 10 degrees? It's quite a long way up though, isn't it? we brought that in much further? What if we did 30 degrees? Ooh, that's way better. Because from that height, it might just smash through stuff before it starts to get ground. That height is probably still a bit precarious as well, to be honest. What do we call it? 45. That's a bit close to the grinders for my liking. Split the difference in that. Call it 40. Yeah. Maybe 40. On there, and then rotate that back to the middle. So that's on 0. So that would pretty much be a rotate to angle 0, 90, 40. And that could just go all the way back to its maximum. You just set 90 as the maximum height on that one. That's kind of a little bit far back that way though, isn't it? Okay, we can fix that. Okay, so maybe 85 then. What if we call that 85 degrees? Obviously offset that a little bit, so we call that 95 perhaps. It might have been, might not even need to be 95. Might need to be 92 and a bit. Call that 92.5. This one feels a little bit too far forward. Actually, maybe that doesn't actually even need a weird setting. Maybe we can just offset. Maybe that just needs a bit more rotation. Yeah, that looks alright to me, actually. Yeah, so we'll call that -5. Well, actually, that'd be 355. Yeah, we'll call it something like that, I think. New setting 85. Okay, right. Complicated bit. Working that out. So do first when it grabs and when these pistons retract, I would want that rotor to be set to like maybe 2 RPM, 5 RPM might be a bit quick. Yeah, that might be too quick. Yeah, we'll call it 2 RPM, I reckon, for now. So that could rotate back at 2 RPM. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, bum. What am I doing? Time to jump back in the control seat. Right, so when that grabs, that claw turns off all that stuff, retracts, it resets the claw hinge velocity, it grabs on, turns off the arm, pulls the pistons back. Then I need to make a group for that arm rotor. Arm, rot, L, S, that's the one. I can make a group for you. When we have successfully grabbed an item, you will set velocity to RPM. Because I want that arm to lift up first. Because if I try and get all of that to rotate into that position in one motion, there's a fair chance whatever item I pick up will come barreling through our little cockpit at the front of the mech. So I want that arm to lift straight up first. And then when it gets into that position, it can then trigger the arm reaching down in towards the pit. So, another vent controller, I think, is going to be the answer. What's a shock? Bum ba bum bum, where the hell are we? We are there, there we are. Right, so now let's fill in this gap here. Dum 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 dum. That's the wrong button. M factory 01. Controller. Arm. Retract. Yeah, we'll call it arm retract for now. That'll do. L01. Right, I kind of need to put the arm back in the position it was in. So I'll do the next bit. Arm units. Let's turn you back on. You're upside down now, that's confusing. Oop, that's the wrong button. Yeah, because that needs to swing round. That way, I need to swap to that one. Bring that back down. Bring that back down. There we go. Reach out a bit. Pull that back there. We'll have to automate all of this stuff turning back on again. Going to be awkward. Claw hinge that one -5. There we go. What else did I turn off? Arm rotor controllers, they're off. Put that back into position. What else did I turn off? I turned off the trigger controller, turn that back on so we can play with that arm again. Right, another little save here. What's that? Does altering the limits for rotors and hinges for that position above the grinder pit change the limits for when it's in the grabbing position near the floor? Yes, using the rotate to angle action resets all the limits essentially. That's how it functions. It resets one limit to either 0 or unlimited. I think it's unlimited, and then it sets the other limit to the target. That's just like the necessity of how the rotator angle action actually works. So what you'll find is it'll mess with your rotor limits, and your hinge limits and things. So you need an action in there to reset those limits back to what they need to be later, which is something I'll have to do. But I plan to have a return action for this arm as well, so it can go back down into like a default position. Right, I think that's all good. Right, quick little save. Grab that. Right. There we go. That'll retract back like that. And then when we get to there, we need to get the arm to swing around into position. Although, we are at great risk of putting that thing through the side of the canopy as well. So we'll have to get that hinge to rotate a bit slower than anything else. Yeah, okay, right, that works. Unit. Turn all that gubbins back on again. Put the arm back where I want it again, and I can set up the next event controller. I also need to turn those controllers off too, because they're still active. I'd still be able to play with them while the arm's retracting. Oop. Right, yeah, so that's another thing I need to turn off. I'm just going to make a group for all of those controllers then. Arm controller. Because there's too bloody many of them. Arm controllers. That one, that's the right, that's the right, that's the left, that's the left. That one and that one. That we've not set up yet, so that can get ignored. Controllers, arm L01. Let's call it that. So, every single time I spell grab wrong. So instead of those two groups at the front, oh, the trigger needs to be in there as well, doesn't it? Controllers, arm, trigger. Where are you? Claw, trigger, L01. There you go. You need to be in that group as well. Right, so when that grabs, instead of doing two separate groups of controllers, that one and that one, we'll just turn off all of them in one group. And we've got a spare action in there if we need. Right, so that does that, that does that, that does that. That does that. We will need that retract controller to only turn on when it's successfully picked something up, when that arm rotor is moving, because otherwise that retract controller will be able to trigger while we're just moving the arm around. So retract can get switched on there, and then retract itself, what are you going to do? You are going to spin the rotor inwards, which means we're going to spin that rotor in, which means I need to get you to turn a negative value. Yeah, right. Bum 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 bum. Retract. No, retact. Retract. Controller, retract. Rotor hinge angle. Left shoulder rotor gets to, what did we say, 85? Yeah, right. Retract. When that rotor gets above 84, it will then need to make a group for the arm, the next rotor, don't I? Rotor LE. I need a group for you, I need a group for you, and I need Oh, I also need a group for both of them because I've not pushed that hinge in, have I? I need a group for you, and I need a group for you. Right, so, missing things. That grab control. When that rotor is pushing up, the LS hinge is also pushing in. And then the retract gets to turn on. And then when it starts retracting, retract. When that rotor gets to where it wants to go, we said negative value, didn't we? LE, elbow rotor will rotate around set velocity. Call it -2 for now, so it's nice and slow and gentle. Oh no, that needs to rotate to a specific angle, doesn't it? I can't remember what we said. Like 90 was... Can you leave it as 90? Oh, it doesn't matter, I can reset it anyway. That would have to rotate to angle. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it's going to rotate to angle. What angle is it rotating to? It's rotating to a negative value, isn't it? -90. -90 is actually 270. So it would be rotate to 270 counterclockwise is what it would be. Because rotors and event controllers get a little bit moody when you try and use negative values for things sometimes. Particularly with the rotate angle action. So retract. That would be rotate angle, we'll call it 270 at 2 RPM counterclockwise. Hang on. Rotate angle 270, 2 RPM counterclockwise. Putting that 2 in there as well so I know what velocity it's moving. That would do that. Ah, smeg, I can't remember what I said about the angle of the arm hinge. I should have written that down. What angle did I say? Oh well, we will just do a little test run here. So, claws need to unlock. Claw hinges need to release. That's the right one. That needs to go back on. That needs to go back on. Knits are good because I put them back in position. Yep. Yep. We'll see what happens. There we go. Arms lifting up. Everything's retracting. It gets to 84. Arm rotates into position. Yeah, we can make that move quicker, that'd be fine. And then I need to remember what angle I want that to rotate to. Because I can't remember what I said. What were we gonna do? About... we were gonna do 30... We were just gonna do 40, weren't we? I've got the limit set there. Idiots. Yeah, we were gonna do 40, that's why the limit's set to 40 at the minute. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, because that would have been 40, and then that wants to balance out at 0, doesn't it? Roundabout. Oh, we actually want... Well, we're going to do 265 with that. Get that more in the middle. That's not really more in the middle, is it? About 267. That's pretty central. Yeah, we'd rotate that to 267. Which means that would actually want to be about -2 degrees-ish. A little bit more. Also rotate that to -5 to be level. Oh yeah, because that's counteracting that, so yeah, that would be -5 on the... which would actually be 355 counterclockwise, would make more sense for the controller. That's fine doing that, so that would be rotate to 267. Okay. Retract. Set rotate to angle 267 at, you know what, we'll boost that to 5 RPM. Counterclockwise, 5 RPM. What are we going to do with you? We're going to do you rotate to 40. I'm going to do that at 2 RPM. Retract, row. LE rotor. Oh no, I've just done the left shoulder rotor, haven't I? Yeah. LE hinge. Left elbow hinge, rotate to angle 40 degrees at 2 RPM. So that's nice and gentle. Oh, has my stream signal gone a little bit crap? Come on, internet, what are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry, we're having internet issues at the moment. My signal seems to have dipped out a little bit. I'm just waiting for it to recover. Come on, internet, what are you doing? Nothing in the background doing anything stupid, is there? Steam, you're not doing anything, are you? No. Why's my connection speed bottomed out a bit? Well, I hope the signal's not too bad for anybody. Looks like it's going back to normal again. Right, so that'd do that, and then what did I say? The LH rotor, we want that to rotate to... Oh, hey Arkaville, how you doing, man? We want that to rotate to 355. We'll do that too as well, just so it's a bit slower and a bit more steady for now, and then that should put that arm into that position for us. And then we will, then we'll need more event controllers to do more things. Right, let's try and reset all of that so we can test it again. So that needs to go back on for a start. Let's open that arm back up. Let's rotate him back around again. It seems to be better now, does it? Yeah, the internet connection just seemed to dip out a little bit. The weather's a little bit murky where I am, so that's probably not helping. Unless, oh, I know what's probably doing it. Would you, for once, just get a light, go away? There we go. That should hopefully be part of the problem with my internet connection. Oh look, there you go, it's back in the green. Yeah, OneDrive on my laptop was trying to update and back up everything on my laptop midstream. So it was trying to upload several gigabytes of data all at once. I hate OneDrive more than anything in the world. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I wish it would get in the bin and die. Oh, I hate OneDrive so much. Always does stuff when I don't want it to. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I've turned that off and my internet connection has come back to normal. Thank you. Right, yeah. Sorry about that. If you want to blame anyone for that lag, then blame Microsoft and their stupid digital storage nonsense. Because who would want to keep their files on a Microsoft server rather than actually on their own computer? Right, that's that. Oh look, there we go, YouTube's buffering properly again as well. The stream tells me so. Right, what else do I need to turn back on? I need to make a switch to turn this all back on eventually. I need to put the... Oh yeah, that's what I need to turn back on. ARM controllers, I've now got a group for the whole lot. What's that, Arkville? OneDrive drives you crazy too. Yeah, I absolutely hate it, mate. I absolutely hate it. Every time I try and do anything on my little laptop I use for just basic, like, admin work, anytime I try and do anything, it's like, oh, do you want to back that up to the OneDrive? Do you want to stick it on the cloud? It's like, no. Your servers is the last place I want my information being stored permanently. Go away. Right, so I'm going to extend that arm back out a little bit so we can see that's working properly. Let's put the arm back down. Let's retract you back up a bit. Because we need to reset a whole bunch of your settings. Bum 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 bum. It'll be a lot easier to do all of this nonsense when I've rebuilt the ARM controls. Let's get out of that one. Get into that one. Yeah, there we go. Level that back out again. You're back down. You're extended out. Claw. Unlock. There we go. Right. Another quick little save. I turned on everything. Yeah, because I've turned all the controllers on in one go, haven't I? So, grab, lock down, arm picks up, everything retracts. You get to there. You swing in like that. And you end up there. I could actually, because that was nice and steady and slow, could put that rotation in with the retract action. In with the grab action, and then have that and that level out when it gets to here. But either way, we're going to need another event controller so that when it gets to this position, it then releases all of that and drops it into there. And we also need to turn the grinder pit on at some point as well. Okay, right, I'm just going to quickly... In fact, I'm just going to reload that. Hello. Let's get rid of the little engineer. Right. Microphone's back on. Right. I think we're back in action. We're back. Okay, cool. Yeah, right, I'm glad that YouTube didn't decide to kill the stream then. Yeah, OBS just fully crashed then for some reason. Not sure why, but everything seems to be back in the green again. We're all back and running. Whatever, OBS has been buggy as hell recently, the amount of times it's crashed, but yeah, we'll carry on where we were. I don't know what happened there. Maybe me reloading the game pushed OBS over the edge. Although, I've only got Space Engineers and OBS running at the moment, so that shouldn't have been a problem. Either way, we're back, so we'll carry on like that didn't just happen. What was I going to do? That was what I was going to do. I was going to change some things. I was going to take that action out of the arm retract that's on you. Hang on. What's going on with my HUD then? Interesting. The amount of event controllers reached its limit in OBS. Yeah, maybe OBS got sick of all the event controllers. You never know. What was it doing? Retract. Arm retract. L01. That's the one. Oh no, it wasn't. Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, so that elbow retracting 267 5 RPM counterclockwise. Yeah, we might try and put that in the grab control. So let's take that out of there. 267 5 RPM counterclockwise. Grab. Not custom data. Where are we? Oh yeah. Yeah, I'll move that. Put that up there. Pretty much route to the limit unless I want to put a timer in here now. So... rotor. Oop. Left elbow. Arm. Rotate to angle 267 degrees at 5 RPM counterclockwise. Save that again, hopefully not crash OBS again. As long as it wants to work. Where am I? I'm there. Right, there we go. Right, let's grab that. There we go, that's actually not too bad. Get it to rotate like that. That can come in like so. Yeah, and then when we get to there, we can release the object, and then that can reset the whole arm back down to some kind of position. And then we'll have to do the whole same thing for that side as well. Retract. I might actually get that hinge to move a little bit quicker. 40 degrees at 2. I might do it. Rotate to angle 40 degrees. Might bump it up to 3 RPM. Hang on. Rotate to angle 43. Put that in there as a little marker for myself. That can go. 55 counterclockwise. LH rotor. Rotate to angle 55, 5. Counterclockwise. I think would be the best way to do it. Right, so then I'm going to need an event controller that registers the position of this hinge. And when it gets to there, it releases all of that. One problem though, this claw has potential. It's picking up something large to smack into there. Just thought about that. Yeah, because if I unlock that. Then open that. That will smack into there. How far open is that? 20. Oh, it's not far off either. It's just clip in the front. That's annoying. Maybe 40 degrees will end up being too much for that. Maybe that needs to be... maybe that just needs to be 30 so it's clear of the bridge's nose. It still smacks into that at 30, doesn't it? And again, with that rotated back to 0. It might be clear of it. Then again, does that need to open up to 25 degrees? How big is the biggest thing that it might possibly pick up? How big is a refinery compared to that? Nowhere near that wide, unless you had to grab it that way around. Even then, I could actually bring those claws in a bit. Yeah, maybe they don't need to open that wide. Maybe... Ooh, that was a bit violent. Maybe we'll call it 30 degrees for their lower limit. That'll give us a bit more space from there. Drop that down there for now. Right, let's reset that arm again. Where am I? Yeah, right. Let's reset that arm again. Units. They need to get turned back on. Yeah, something like that. We'll bring the whole arm down. Again. Oh, I might have realised the background music's not on, is it? Because OBS just crashed. Messed everything up. There we go, there's a little bit of background music again. Right. Also, need to turn those arm controllers all back on again. So I can level that arm out once more. Good, that doesn't register when it's just the one. It does need to be both. Right, so we'll stick you there. I need more event controllers. Yeah, that was the wrong hinge. That is the correct hinge. Right, we've got a few more spaces up here. What's that? Oop. That's the rotor controller, and that is on right. Left. Rotor. Oh yeah, that's the rotor control. Dum. What do I need to do then? I need one more event controller. At least. I'm gonna need... Oh no. Need one really. Probably get away with just the one. Let's see then. So when the arm gets all the way in, it is factory 01 roller arm release L01 is what we'll call it. That's not how you spell release. Release. Right, so when that arm, what did we say? We were going to move the rotor angle to 30, won't we? So it's not smacking into that. Yeah, we'll try that. So when not release, that will again be rotor hinge angle. When that gets to greater than 29, so just before it gets to its limit, left elbow hinge. That will then unlock the claws. Slowly unlock the hinges. I think. Yeah, we'll have it slowly unlock the hinges. Or retract the hinges, rather. It'll do that, and then it will also have the arm rotor, not the arm rotor, the arm hinge. The left elbow arm hinge. That will do. We've used the rotator angle, so that's not got a lower limit now, has it? Oh no, it's set to 90. Oh, yeah. It's the rotors that go unlimited. Well, that still had its lower limit messed with. So that would then need, in fact, yeah, that would need to rotate back to angle. We'd need to... we need to set some limits as well. Damn it. So many extra little actions I'm going to have to squeeze into here. What's that, Kieran Flanagan? Should I hide away my event block and timers in the ship or put them in a room? This is for large grid. What's that, Stephen? You put yours in a heavy armoured box room because you're clumsy. Yeah, I mean, stick them wherever's safe. And wherever you want them, really. Because you can squeeze an awful lot of small grid event controllers and timers into the space of a single large grid block. So yeah, just like dig a hole in a wall somewhere, or encase a rotor or a hinge in large grid blocks and have your computer inside that. I've done builds where I've literally just had like a little like outhouse building that's got a one block space in the middle, and that has just been a hinge with all the computer stuff on it, and then it's just been like wrapped in heavy armour and stuff. You can do it that way. Right, I was rambling. What am I doing? That's going to unlock. That is going to... So I need to set the angles back up on that again. Oh, but we're already at 40. So, what I could do is... leave that top limit as 40 for now. Reset the lower limit back to what were we gonna have? We were gonna have it as like 85 or something, right? Like, I don't want it in 90 because when it goes all the way to 90 it can clang out and do weird stuff. Yeah, so we could set the lower limit back to 85 and then set the velocity to -5 so it lifts up and away. We would we need to do something about those rotor angles though. Oh, actually no, that wouldn't be too bad either, because that is doing that. That's been lifted round into basically a central position. So to stop those rotors doing anything weird, we could do arm rotor LE. That doesn't actually need to really... Oh no, it does, because it swings around 90 degrees, doesn't it? Yeah, it swings around 90. So that would have to rotate to angle back to 0. clockwise. Rotate angle. Smag it, we'll call it 5, and see what happens. Clockwise. And then I would need another event controller to look at that and reset that one's limits. So if I do that there and reset the limits in one action, that rotor can jank out as it tries to push past a limit that it's not set to yet. No, I'll just add more event controller, it's fine. It's fine. Right, so we'll rotate that back to 0 clockwise. And the claw hinge. The hand rotor. What would I want to do with that? That gets a rotate action as well, doesn't it? It might do the same thing actually, because that's basically centered. So LH rotor. Oh no, I'm going to do something else. Yeah, so for that maybe we can set the velocity to 0. Set lower limit to -45. Set upper limit to 45. That puts the rotor back to where it was, and then I've got 2 slots left. I've unlocked that. I've unlocked that. They are all... That's the claw hinge. That's the left elbow pulling out. That's the left elbow swinging back round. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Oh yeah, set lower limit. Oh, god damn it, I might need to put a timer in here as well. Too many actions. That does that, that does that, that does that. I've not even done the rotor yet, have I? Arm hinge. The shoulder hinge is already pushing in, so that's fine. That doesn't need moving. Once all that is done, arm rotor LS. You might be able to get all of this in one action. You, what are you doing velocity wise? Oh, you're set to 0 now, aren't you? Can't remember. Oh, right, yeah, you need to be a negative value. Release U would LS rotor set velocity on U to -5. I think. So yeah, when that hinge gets to there, it unlocks that, retracts that, does all that. Well, there's no time like the present. Let's just do another little quick save. Got my arm. I can trigger it. Hang on, let's pull that arm back a bit. There we go. Right. That's retracting up there. That's lifting up. That's bringing it down. Oh, almost. Almost. Right. Almost. You are set to 40 on both ends. Why are you set to 40 on both ends? Well, that almost worked. Some things are moving a little bit too quickly then. I think I need to slow that rotor down. Yeah, I need to slow that rotor down, and I need to work out why you set both of your limits to 40. That shouldn't be the case. Oh, hang on. You know what? I'm going to do another quick little reload. Less hassle than just resetting that entire arm and fiddling about with it all. Hopefully OBS doesn't crash again. It'd be nice of it not to crash again. You doing good? Yeah, we're doing fine this time. I think I quick saved. If it didn't, oh well. What are we on? 10 to 9. Coming up on 2 hours. Right, I'm going to have another little bio break in about 10 minutes. Then probably do about another 2 hours of the stream. Probably go to 10 o'clock. It is Sunday evening. I do need to get some sleep tonight. Right, LS rotor, you, let's set you to -2 velocity instead. I don't think I had a problem with your limits. LE rotor. LE hinge set. Oh, you. Why is that setting the lower lower one to minus? Oh yeah, we were going to call it -70, weren't we? Release. Relax. Release. Arm left hinge, lower limit, 85. Yeah, that's why, because I've set the lower limit the wrong direction. It didn't want to be 85, I want it to be -85. But I actually want it to be -75, I think, just so we've got a little bit of room. So that should have been that, and then that would have opened it up. That retract that. Claw hinge, arm hinge, elbow hinge. Right, I'll try that again. Do another little save there. Right, oh, we actually need to pull that back a bit, didn't we? Right. Grab. Spin. Lift it up. You might be able to actually get it quicker. Get that to rotate and drop into position. Dump the thing. That was a little bit violent, but that is kind of what I wanted. And then when it gets to there... Oh, no, that's going too far. We need to... Oh yeah, I was going to set up a deploy controller anyway that stops that rotor rotating. I've already got that controller in place. Okay, that wasn't too bad. This stage of the development will be a lot of me just reloading the game because it's less faff than resetting the entire arm, so be prepared to see this loading screen a few times until we get this right. But it'll be mighty impressive when it's done. Right, so I think I need to take some velocity out of that hinge as well, the elbow hinge. It's almost just throwing and flipping the thing in the air. Actually, be a good idea to put a timer in there on a little bit of a delay, so that the arm has a moment to settle before it resets back. Maybe. Probably would be a good idea, to be honest. Release. Right, so that release. What did I want to slow down? It was... I want to slow you down. Set velocity. We'll have you go a little bit slower. Right, what else did I say in that? Oh yeah, that deploy. I want that to stop that rotor when it gets to... When that rotor... gets to about minus... No, I'm going to call it minus 25, so the arm's still up in the air a bit. Yeah, we'll call it that. Right, that deploy. I know it's in there already. Arm deploy. You can go on. You will look at the angle of the left shoulder rotor, and when that shoulder rotor is less than minus 24, you will stop the shoulder rotor from moving. Yeah, you can just do that for now. And you can also... I need to make a group for it. You can also turn yourself off, so that you don't conflict with anything in the future. Right, so that's that. We'll stick that command right at the end. What's that, Kieran? How am I reloading the game so quick? I've got a half-decent computer, and there's only a few things in this world. Because I made a fresh save for this, the save file's not bogged down with voxel changes and NPC grids and all that kind of nonsense all over the place. It's literally just what you can see here is the only thing that exists in this world, so the save file's probably quite small. Right, so what were we doing? Deploy. You're going to turn yourself off. Release. Should that be? Yeah, actually, I think we can get away with putting that deploy controller into... where are you? Into that controller group. Because that'll turn it back on again when the arm is resetting. And then when the arm gets down to there, it should trigger that, which will stop the arm and turn itself off. I think. So many event controllers in this arm now, just to do this stupid animation. Right, so... not button. Let's put you like that. Let's bring you down a bit. Bring you down a bit more. I'll just push against that other rotor. There, the other hinge. Or lift that up a bit. That can angle round. We at the lower limit with that section of the arm. Yeah, we are. Much. Right. So, one quick save there. We've made those changes. Let's pull that arm back a little bit. Right. Oh, hang on. There we go. Trigger's not on. Oh, there we go. I didn't have the arm selected. Right. Quick save it like that. Grab the thing. Pick the thing up. Have the arm move in. That's it, just lash it on the deck. That didn't work. Yeah, I think I need to put a delay in there. Oh, that didn't work either, did it? Deploy. Less than... Does deploy not work? Deploy did not come back on. Would be handy. Why didn't you come back on? Why didn't you come back on? You're looking at the correct rotor. LS. Deploy off. Set velocity 0. LS rotor. Well, velocity is most certainly not 0. Why? Why? Go on. You worked that time. Right, so you do work, you just didn't turn back on for some reason. I thought I put command in there. Oh, hang on, did I turn all that back off again? Oh, I took it out and didn't put it back in, did I? I think. Controllers. Yeah, I forgot to put that bloody command back in, that's why. Yeah. Yeah, just reload it again. Hopefully that's not auto-saved since. Right, so... I think I need to put a timer in there so that the arm has got a couple of seconds to settle and allow the item to drop away before it tries to retract, because it basically just flipped that thing onto the deck of the ship. That's not what we want. If damage was on, that would have been quite detrimental. We don't want it smashing itself to pieces. Oh, we're on 4 hours. Right, I'm going to have another quick bio break when this reloads. I'm going to make another quick cup of tea. Try and get this arm system working nicely. Come on. Come on. There we go. 100%. Yeah, right, okay. Right, before we go any further with that, I thought... Hang on. Jump back out of there and jump back in again. Release. I moved a command, didn't I? Yeah, I forgot to turn everything back on again. Controllers 001. That lot. Turn back on again. Actually, no, because you'd be able to move stuff. Deploy can turn back on. Deploy. Ooh, arm controller deploy L01. Cool, already got a group for it. Yeah, right, so, release. That can turn back on. Release. That can turn the deploy controller back on, and then the deploy controller can stop that arm and right setup. Yeah, and then it can turn on all of our controls for that arm again, so that we can play with it. I think. Anyway, I will test that thoroughly in a couple of minutes. Oh, hello. Battery drones doing their thing. Not even noticed. I'm so glad they work properly sometimes. 86, 67, they're still going to be charging for a while, but I'm glad to see they've been working correctly in the background while I've been doing stuff. What have we got going here? Oh, you still got plenty of power on you too. Good, that's what they should have been doing. Right, I'll be back again in a few minutes. I'm just going to grab another brew and have another quick bio break, and we will hopefully get this arm finished by the end of the stream. So yeah, don't go anywhere, I'll be back very soon. Right, we are back again. Let me just turn that background music down a little bit and get rid of the little engineer. See you later, mate. Right, what the heck were we doing? What were we doing? We were going to put a timer in there, weren't we? Because we need to delay that arm a little bit. It's a little bit violent. Might drop stuff. So yeah, let's jump out of there. How much room have we got left? In here, not much. Not much at all. Actually, we've got a bit more space up there, and yeah, we could stick some on there. Although I want to keep the face of that looking like that. I'll hide all the timers up here. I'll hide all the timers up here. So that was the release for that. Oh, hang on. Let me just quickly go back into there. So I've got a grab for that side, which is this one. Right, let me just copy that. Ooh, wrong thing. Right, that will be the right hand side when we eventually set that up. There's also that release controller, isn't there? Where are we? Factory release controller, which is that one. So we also need another one of that. The right hand side. Copy all, copy paste, because I'm eventually going to set all of this again for the right arm. I'll probably do that between streams, and then we've got 3 sensible spaces left, and then 3 crap spaces left that are on like the absolute verge of scrubbing. I'll use the sensible ones first then. So I need a slight delay in that grabbing sequence. Factory claw release delay L01. Copy all, copy paste. Right, I'll try and incorporate that in. So when the arm swings up into position, we want it to release the claw, but we don't want it to move the arm away necessarily just yet. We want to give it a few seconds for that thing to drop away before the arm moves away. So if we go to release, we will make, oh, I've got 2 of them now. Name them separately. It doesn't matter. That one can be that one. Release delay. Give it like 3 seconds maybe. So when the arm is going to release, it is going to unlock that and retract the claw hinges, and then all of this stuff is what we want to put in that timer instead. So everything from there. Yeah, right, let me just take a bunch of screenshots and make it easier. Yes, what's that? Left arm hinge. Yeah, I'll have that. I'll have that. I'll have that. I'll have that. Lower limit, upper limit. Velocity setting. And turn deploy back on. Yeah. Right, okay. Let's plump all of that into here. So, what the heck are all of those settings? What have we got then? Arm hinge, left elbow. Set lower limit, -75 I think it was. Yep, that's the one. And then set velocity -2. Groovy. And then what was the next one? Rotate to angle 0 counterclockwise. Oh yeah, I didn't mark down what angle that was actually going to be, what velocity it was going to be. Rotate to angle 0. That 5 was probably too quick, wasn't it? We'll call it 3. We'll see what happens at 3. Clockwise at 3. 0, 3, clockwise. So we've got a little note in case we want to change it later. And the next one is, oh yeah. Next one is then left hand, set velocity 0. And then we were going to set the lower limit to -4. Not -4. Set lower limit to -45. Oh crap, I've changed pages. Set lower limit. There we go, -45. Set upper limit to 45. Yep, -45, positive 45. And the last one was LS rotor. Elbow, elbow, hand, hand. Probably should have put them in a more sensible order, but whatever. LS rotor. Minus velocity, -2. And then deploy and turn back on. We'll do that there instead, maybe. Right, so we've done all that. So everything from, where is it? Everything from here onwards can get deleted. Just want that to release, that to retract. Release delay to start. And then after 3 seconds, the arm should then retract that way. Right, another quick little save there. See what happens. Arm has grabbed. Arm is picking up. Arm is deploying in. Release. Ah. Yeah. Okay. That did all retract nicely though, back to there. So, possibly, maybe, when the release delay triggers, the arm retracts back to where I want it now. So when that release delay triggers, it could perhaps, it could perhaps close the claw back up again. Right, let's jump out of there. Let's retrieve the oxygen tank, or hydrogen tank, whichever one it was that I used. You can go back down there. Let's jump back in that control seat again. Oh, it's not turned those back on, so the deploy, dum 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 da dum da dum dum, as well as turning that and that and that back on, you need to turn our arm controllers back on. Arm control, that side, turn that back on. Arm control, that side, turn it back on. Right, so I should then be able to grab that controller, move the arm down, and take that around a bit, extend everything out a bit. Something like that. Right. Oh, that's another thing. And then when we get to the deploy stage, when that arm gets back out to there, as well as doing all of that, it can open that claw back up again. Hopefully. Right. Quick little save in case of clang. Right, claw works. Grab the thing. Lift the thing. Get you to drop the thing in. That's much better. That's not smacking into the front. That can deploy back down. And that can open up again. Yes. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Ow, itchy foot. Right, that is the fundamental idea of what I wanted. Now that's all back down there, I can use all of that, and the claw is working again. If I close that up, I'm going to close it up and it locks on its own hand. That's a problem. And then it does that. Yeah. It can automatically close and lock its own hand. And then it runs through it again, but... yeah, yeah, because it could open and close before, because we didn't have that trigger in there, didn't we? Grab, because you only actually react when both of those mag plates are reacting to something. But I could, we could get even more technical about this, and just add more layers of convolution to it. I'm the seat, am I? No, I'm not. If we had a sensor that detects the presence of blocks, that could be our failsafe for not grabbing our own hand and triggering that that whole animation, because that could be looking for small and large grid blocks, and only when it detects that does it turn the grab controller on. Because if I jump in there, and if I turn the grab controller, oh, the grab controller is off already. Oh. Oh, it's on. There we go. He turned himself off. Hang on. Let's have a little thing. Trigger. Dum. U-turn grab on. when I arm the trigger. We could actually have that turned on by the sensor. And it can only activate the grab animation when it detects a block. So if I take that out of the trigger control, it can still lock. Oh, damn it. Really? How? That was switched off. That shouldn't have done that. Oh, hang on. No. That's... why has that responded like that? What are you looking at? Oh, you're looking at... ready to lock. Alright, you were switched off. You still shouldn't have done anything. Interesting. Interesting. Right, hang on. Let's try this again. Trigger, claw. You're not turning that on. Grab, claw. You're definitely switched off. Alright, it must just not switched off properly last time. Okay, so we can have the arm open and close. Like that. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Right, where's that sensor then? You, under there, you can be... factory... claw, sensor L01. Let's show you on HUD. Let's show sensor ranges. That's way too much. Claw sensor. Only thing I want you detecting is large ships and small ships, nothing else. Right, your back extent, we'll leave that to, put that to 2.5. 0 there. Oop, no, that's the wrong one. That's the one. So I'll have that about 10. Because that is not going to get triggered by our subgrids, but that's about where the clamps close in. Okay, so that sensor. That sensor. Yeah, that sensor needs to not have its name doubled up. That needs a group. Trigger, no, trigger, trigger. That sensor can get turned on and off when we use that claw. On when we're trying to close it, off when we're trying to open it. So it only turns on when we're actively trying to grab something. So there should be something in the center already. So if I level that arm out, get you about there. What do I want to see? I want to see that grab controller turn on and off. So if I control that arm, I didn't actually set that to do anything. Grab controller can now turn on and off when that sensor detects things. No? Grab claw on off. Oh, I see. But it won't turn it back off again. Interesting. Maybe just not have the sensor turn on and off with the trigger then. Trigger again. Let's take that out of there then. That can get turned on instead. Oop, wrong button. In the deploy timer. Because that's what turns everything else on. Claw sensor, and just have you on then. Sensor on. Let's get out that toolbar again, otherwise it'll just do weird stuff. So yeah, the sensor can be on, and when it's got something in range, it can actually turn that grab controller on and off. Just do it that way instead. Bum 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 bum, and that grab controller. We've got any room left in that? Oh, damn it! Don't. Run out of room. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Claw grab. Arm controller off. We'll just try and add the sensor into that group. Possibly. Yeah, because that's the same group that turns everything back on again. Yeah, I'll just add the sensor into that group. Make life easier. Controller. Where's that? Fucking sensor. There it is. We will just add you to the gang. So you... Why does that toolbar break every time I do that when I'm in spectator mode? Right, so that sensor now turns on the grab control. So up here, closing that does nothing. It doesn't trigger the sequence by itself. It doesn't set it off automatically or accidentally. If I save that and move it down here to where it is triggered and grab it, it turns everything on. Turns that sensor off from the look of it. Yep, sensor's off on the full. Then we go down here. We release the thing. We retract back. We redeploy and the arm sets up to grab another thing. Cool, right. Right. That release thing, 29. That release thing is at 29. I think I might have set that slightly wrong. There, I'm getting confused now. There's something I wanted to change. I want to get that timing a little bit better. Oh yeah, that's still rotating to 40 degrees, that's why. It's, the arm's still moving when it's released. I forgot to change that, so we're going to set that to 30 instead, won't we? Yeah, because that's rotating to 40. And the release is looking for just before 30. Yeah, I forgot to change that. Right, let's try that. Retract, do. Rotate to angle 30 at 3 degrees, at 3 RPM rather. There we go. Right, let's try that again. Where are we? Stick it about there, that should be okay. Back in the seat. Yeah, we can rotate both sections of the arm to get it. Try and get it as central as we'd like, and then we can rotate the claw separately to get that nice and level for picking up. Yeah, we get that. About there. Grab it, pick it up again. And you're only going to come into 30 degrees this time. Just about there. There we go. That's a bit better. Right, so I want to stick in do I want to stick in a command for that? Actually, no, I'll just have a manual switch for the grinders. Because I'd have to automate them turning on and off. And just have an on and off switch for the grinders. Because we might feel like just filling it full of junk and taking it with us. And grinding it up later. For whatever reason. And also we might want to shut the doors. Then again, some things aren't going to fit in there. Some stuff might go flying. Alright, I'll try it. Right with the grinder. Let's get myself myself about here. Do a little save. Oh, I just need to get the arm in position, don't I? Angle that round, swap to that one, angle that round, and we can use the two pistons to get right in there. Looks about right. Right, so I don't need that nonsense on there anymore. Did I make a group for the grinders? I did make a group for the grinders. Let's turn all of my grinders on. Let's also close that door just in case. Close that door. So they're going to be closed anyway. I might make a switch for the grinders so that when you turn them on, those doors seal and lock so you can't accidentally walk into the grinder pit like an idiot. Let's do a save there. Let's also turn damage back on just to see what happens. Alright, let's grab that. Oh, I'm dying of not having eaten food because I've turned damage back on. There you go, settle down. Grinders are on, you're going to get dropped. Didn't seem to do any damage to that, that looked alright. That retracts back down, that gets down there, opens back up again. Right, turn the grinder pit off so I don't get murdered. Yeah, dropping it from that height didn't seem to really cause any damage. Okay, I think that might actually work. Let's just turn that off again. Let's grind something bigger. What am I doing? Pressing all the wrong buttons. Yeah, let's take an industrial refinery. Let's take something that size. See what happens when we grind it down. Out of curiosity. Oh, I can actually get up that ladder with that little bit of a gap that that door has. That's good to know. There's just enough of an inset to get up there from the ladder. Cool. That's good. Right. Arm is now redeployed. Get you in position. Yeah, it needs to come in a little bit, doesn't it? There we go. When does Kilo 4, when does Masters of Motion Challenge end? I believe the closing date for entries, I think, is June 19th. If you look in the description of this stream, there should be a link to the like the official page about it, and that's got all the details on. I think the closing date is June 19th. Right. Let's give that a little save. Arms up and running and working. Right. Go on, grab something bigger. How do you manage with something bigger? Oh. Be handy if I turn the grinder pit on. So, get to there. Dump that in. That'll just sit there, grinding away. That's not too bad. Just want to test out grinding different stuff now. Let's take a poor little spider mech and see what happens to him, because he's got all sorts of subgrids and bits and pieces on him. Oh, hi, Ahsoka. Just got in. It's in your shop work on solar panel mounts. Oh yeah, he mentioned that the other day. How's that going? We have more or less set up one of these arms now to automatically grab and drop stuff into the grinder pit, which I'm quite happy about. Let's get back into you. Let's get into you. Where are you? There you are. Come here, little spider mech. We're gonna grind you. Right, so the arm can reach in. That looks good where it is. Ooh, hang on. Grinder pit is on. Yeah, let's take control of that. Let's grab the little mech. There we go. We've grabbed our little mech that's... Ooh, hello. Would you like to lift up there, arm? Are you struggling a bit? Do I need to... I think I need to... might need to boost the strength of the arm. Apparently, that weighs more than the refinery does. Oh, in goes a mech. Grind, grind, grind. That's not too bad actually, it's not got as many bits flying around as I thought it would have. I think that having the grate on the front a bit helps. Stopped being able to reach things from there, has it? Really? Really? Why are you not grinding? Not like your inventories aren't full. Damage off isn't generally an issue. Why are you not grinding nothing? Interesting. Is that just a bug, or is that... I mean, those bits there should be getting ground, surely. Or is it too close and sitting on the inside of its grinding range? Interesting. I thought... Yeah, the spider will live, apparently. He is fighting tooth and nail. He's lost a couple of legs, but... Interesting. Yeah, it's a proximity thing, isn't it? Those blocks are basically completely touching. Really? Really? Can that really fit in that gap? That ain't getting ground out there. That is annoying. It seems there are slight gaps in between their cutting ranges. Yes, Kilo 4, it is quite annoying. That is quite annoying. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I'm going to brute force it. Where are these doors? These are the doors. You get to be M Factory 01. Grinder pit door. And we are going to make a name for you. And I'm going to close you. And I'm going to see what happens. And I'm going to force you in there. Get in there. Get ground up. Get ground to pieces. There we go. Open that up a little bit. I'm just going to hop out of there again for a second. I'm going to take you out. We're going to put back the panels that I removed because I don't want any junk to fall down there. That one, that one, that one. And you are going back in that hole. Those things really have gaps in between their grinding ranges. That is hella annoying. And just like a trash compactor, we are just going to force you in there. Might do. Yeah, it's going to do weird things to the subgrids. Potentially just create a loop that opens and closes these doors every few seconds and just shoves it around. Oh, that's so annoying with the small grid stuff. It just doesn't quite reach in certain places. Yeah, you can see the gaps in between them. It's all stopped again. What was the range? Like 6 inches? Ugh, so... That is hella annoying. So I take that and that out. It is basically, it couldn't be sitting any closer. It's just, there's just a gap down here where nothing is getting ground, where the range of it isn't big enough to reach the individual grids. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, and damn it again. Okay. Yeah, and that's the problem, is if I take that out, stuff can fall in this gap. That was the whole point of having the grill. Yeah, look at it all. Sitting there, rattling around. Not doing very much. That is annoying. Right, so it works pretty well for large things, but it does not work very well for small things. And I'm not allowed to use mods to increase the range of the grinders either. Which is what I would just do. I'd just make, if this was just my own build for no other reason, I'd just make a mod that increases the welder range, grinder range by about half a meter. Have a wall of lateral grinders and a piston to push into them. See, I don't think I've got the room to do that kind of thing. Not without completely rebuilding and reshaping the entire front end of this mech. Because to get a piston in there, it would have to go in here. Because that is the seal for the door. But then, that would be 2 blocks wide and is sitting right where the base of the arm is. And the base of that piston would be sat in front of here. It's, yeah, getting a piston in there is just not going to work. It's just going to have to be what it is. There's not much else that can be done about it. It can grind big things, but it can't grind small things. And I am not going to stress myself out trying to figure that out. Yeah, your boy won. The Spider Mech kind of won that fight, sort of. Purely because the grinders aren't efficient enough. Right, while I'm here, what are you doing, Build Vision? There you go. Oh, well, I know why that was probably having... Oh no, it shouldn't have been affecting it, actually. How much did that thing weigh? Where is it? Oh, it doesn't give me a weight, it just gives me a block value. Oh, actually, I'm going to sit in it and see how much it bloody weighs. Bum 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 bum. You weigh 54,000 kilograms. That's why you had a bit of trouble lifting. Because that weighs 25,000 kilograms. You didn't have much problem lifting that, so we might need to put a bit more power into that arm rotor there. Yeah, I don't want to give it too much power. Yeah, that's hella annoying that the small grid stuff doesn't grind up properly. That is frustrating. What other big blocks have we got I want to try out grinding? What's big and heavy? Power plants. Power plants are big and heavy. Got any of them on my toolbar already? No, I haven't. Where's a reactor? Where's a big reactor? That weighs 75,000 kilos. Yeah, let's try you. That one. Oop, I'm in the wrong place. My spectator cam. Oh, in fact, actually, let's do it all from there. So we can level out. We can push our way in. There we go. Right. Grab. Lift. Ooh, yeah. That rotor. That rotor needs more power. Can just about do it, but let's call it. It gets there eventually. Yeah, it's got a bit of wobble in it. Let's call it 40 million. You know what, that delay, that can also come down a bit. I'll just have it as a 2-second delay. Doop, 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 doop. Just gonna keep feeding him reactors for a minute while I get the strength of this arm sorted out. Is there big, heavy, chunky blocks? What am I doing? F6. Back in there. Oh yeah, I forgot there's a camera on there so we can zoom in as well if we want to. There we go. Grab. Yeah, 40 million's not too bad. I didn't struggle as much that time. I don't want to make it too give it too much power because it can get a bit janky and a bit weird if you give it too much. But yeah, that's not too bad. Right, other things I want to change. LE, hinge, high hinge. Yeah, I want to give all this a little bit more power as well. Let's say 30 million for the hinge. LS hinge, let's give that a little bit more. That's got, that's on 25, we'll call that 30. Ooh, that's 3. There's an extra 0. Arm, rotor. Left arm as well, let's increase that a bit. That's doing 40. Oh yeah, that one as well. Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad, increasing that like that. Right, what else did I want to try? Oh, yeah, right. Got a feeling that height might still be too much. I might have to get it to go back down to 40 again. Because I wanted to damage test this. So set that back up. Jump back in that control seat. Let's get lined back up with you again. Actually pull that back slightly maybe. I want to do a little quick save there, and then I want to turn damage back on because I want to see what it's like dropping 75 tons worth of reactor into that pit. What's it like with damage off? Is it just gonna smash everything to pieces on the way down? Do I need to try and lower you a bit more gently? A bit more carefully, because you get to there. That didn't seem to be too bad, actually. That didn't look too bad. Let me jump out of that seat for a second. Did turn damage off, back on, didn't I? Yes, I did. Vulnerable, so I don't get ground. Yeah, it doesn't look like it smacked anything too hard or damaged anything. Again. I think we might be able to get away with that height. I'm hoping. It looks like it's not going to be so high that it's going to cause impact damage when the thing comes crashing down. Rotate that a bit. Getting range. Let's switch to the other controller. Get ourselves lined up a bit more. There we go. Grab that. Ooh. 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 Are you struggling again? You are struggling. You were alright before with 40 million. Ooh, hello, hello. That's... You're struggling now. Ah, you're not liking that angle. Right, everybody needs a little bit more power to lift 75 tons, don't they? Oh, there we go. That caused some damage. Because that just whipped it in there. Yeah, right. We'll reload that. I had a sneaking suspicion that was going to happen. Right. All those arm hinges need to be a bit more powerful. And be able to support a bit more weight. Right, what are we on? 5 hours, 15 minutes. Yeah, right, I'll probably make this a 6-hour stream today and then call it quits after that. Sunday evening, gotta go to bed at some point. And it's also release day for the new update tomorrow, so I hope everybody's excited about that. on the subject of that, I will be doing a another live stream tomorrow evening after Keen have done their release stream for the update. I'll be showing off the ridiculous traction city that I built and showing off a couple of the other some of the new blocks in the new update. Oh, and I will also be giving away some Steam keys for the new update tomorrow, because Keen have given me, I think, 3 Steam keys for the new update. So if you tune in to my stream tomorrow, I'll be giving them away live on stream. Still not quite worked out how I'm going to do that, but I might just have a little raffle of people viewing that want to get it and pick some names out of a hat or something. Right, so bits need to be significantly stronger to lift all of that weight. Let's call it 75 million. Way more than I actually want to do it, but... what do the keys do? The keys grant you access to the new updates. It's basically just a free copy of the DLC that's releasing tomorrow. Yeah, just a DLC key. I think Keen have given me 3 Steam keys for it, so I will be giving them away tomorrow. Let's just put everything at 75 million and see what happens. Left elbow, 75, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hinges. No, hinge. 75, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Oop, hang on. That'll do that. 75, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Right. That is all of that. That is damage back on again. Ooh! Wow! Okay. Oh, that's the first time I've had something clang out quite that spectacularly in a while. Right, that's definitely getting a bloody reload. I'm not rebuilding that. Yeah, that's... I'm not sure what that was. That looked like... That looked like the hinges on the claw started pushing against each other. And I think one of the claws might have slipped into a weird recess in the model of the reactor and gotten stuck. Because that was phantom forces that sent that arm flying round to the left like that. But it also tells me that 75 million isn't enough to restrict the movement of that arm. So it might need to go higher. What's that? It's the spirit of your son, your boy. Yeah, that was some spectacular clang. I haven't had an explosion like that for a while. Me and Clang usually have a fairly amicable relationship. Well, good thing I saved. What happened there then? Yeah, I think what might have happened there is I think maybe part of this model got stuck in this gap here. And then it was just doing weird stuff after that. Interesting. Arm rotor LS, right. 100. I'm going to put the arm rotor, the main arm shoulder rotor, up to 100 million. Damage is on. I'm saving again. Okay. What? Just what? Just what? What on earth was that? Ow. That exploded quite spectacularly, but did not damage anything. Well, the hinges, the blocks are all perfectly fine. Okay. Interesting. I didn't increase the force on these rotors, these hinges. I increased the force on the other hinges, so I have no idea why that just popped like that. Very strange. Okay, I'm going to try it again. Here's a reactor. Please don't explode again. Very interesting. I wonder why that popped like a balloon. It was very weird. Right, control you. In you go. Wrong buttons. We'll save that again. Nope. Claw hinge. Why is that behaving like that? You're not pushing. Nope. Interesting behaviour when damage is turned off. Oh, turned back on again. I'm getting in a bit too close. It's doing weird stuff, or maybe it's just a weird block. Oh, it's got some weird collision stuff going on with the top of it, that's why. That's why. That foot went clean through the midsection of that. That's interesting. Okay, so I think that might be more of a reactor modelling issue. Did you all see that claw just pass straight through this middle section here? I think it might be a weird modelling issue, perhaps. Yeah, damage is definitely off. Definitely here. And that explosion caused no damage again, apparently. Okay. Interesting. Very strange behaviour. Very strange behaviour. Right, well, before anything else explodes, I'm turning the damage back off. Deal with that later. Right, so that arm can move around fairly well. We can close that up. Oh, do I see battery drones flying around? I do. Where are you going? You look like you're confused. Are you a confused little battery drone? You are a confused little battery drone, aren't you? Yeah, I'll turn the collision mode off. Do that eventually. I'll just get rid of the collision mode on all of them. They just get confused by it. There he goes. With a nice full battery. Lands into there, turns the battery on, turns himself off. You got 5% left. You're almost ready to go again. Right, well I think that was just weird modelling issues with the reactor more than anything else, because nothing else has exploded. Fine. Leave it at that. Right, realistically now, I'm quite happy with the way that arm works. I'm happy that that all moves around and opens up. I can close that, open and close that claw at will using my mouse. I don't have to worry about it auto-locking stuff by mistake. We've got that section. We've got that section. Right, so realistically what I want to do now, I've got all of that done, is there should be, sure there's an on and off switch controller in there somewhere. Lift, brake on. Mag, I forget about that. Controller. Oh crap. I'm sure I have the controller in there for that. Where are we? That's the wrong hinge. Ah, there we are. That's the one. Oh, yeah. I put the controllers in, I just didn't set them up. That's fine. That is fine. Right, so that can be factory 01. Controller, claw, arm, on, off. L01. That can be the controls for the right hand side. That is the light, and that is the light. Right, we've already got those bits. Cool. Right, where do I want to be? I want to be around here somewhere. Right, on, off. Oh, hang on. Arm light. There we go. So we're going to have this light as the on and off switch for that arm. Arm on. Off. Right, you are going to be block switched on and off. You are going to be arm claw active light L01. Cool. Right, so. Ow. Right, when that light turns on, we want the arm to deploy. And when the light turns off, we want it to retract. All of our controls for controlling the arm turn on when the deploy controller triggers, so that is all good already. What we need to do is I need to look at some angles and things. What have we got? Oh, I need to also not be following that battery drone. What have we got? You are sitting at minus velocity, so yeah, that needs to... Actually, it depends how I want to retract the arm, actually. What angle do we want to sit that at? If I set you to -5, I did turn damage back off, didn't I? Yes. Set you to that. What are you on? You're on 30. If I set you... Ah. Right. That needs turning off somewhere. That is still active in there. Stop pushing against the floor. Yeah, what was that one? That one was release, wasn't it? Yeah. Forwards. L01. Deploy, 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 release. You, when you trigger, you need to turn yourself off. You also need to have your own group. So yeah, you will... Yeah, you'll trigger and then you'll turn yourself off. And the arm retract. When that gets to there, that can turn the release controller on. That should be a fail-safe for that. So let's turn you off because you're just getting in the way. Arm rotor. You can rotate up there. We're already down there. That sets that to 30. Okay, if we on off arm, if we when we turn that arm off, I'd like that arm to retract further than that. Much further than that. How far in can we get it actually? Without it getting a clangy mess. Probably about 75 before it's too close and starts scrubbing on there. Yeah, right, okay. On, off. When we switch it on, you're gonna do that. When we switch it off, I want you to... that's an issue though, isn't it? Because the deploy rotor, the deploy controller is looking at the arm rotor. And that's down there. Damn. Going the wrong way. Well then again, actually, when that gets back above that, I can have it trigger the same thing. And just have it on the other side as well? I don't know, that might cause issues. That might cause issues. Yeah. Yeah, so I want that to fall down, but the deploy controller relies on that moving down there. If I have that resting like that, it'll look stupid. Something else is turning on there that shouldn't it? Something else is still on there as well. What else is still on there? It's retract, isn't it? Yes. Yes, it's retract. So you need to turn yourself off, and we've got a group for you. So yeah, you also need to turn yourself off. Arm controller. You're not part of that group, are you? Deploy is, but retract isn't. That's good. Right. So then grab. When that successfully grabs, green, isn't there? Oh, that already turned retract on. That's fine. That's fine. I just forgot to put a command in there. Cool. Okay. I've got the sneaking suspicion that I'm not gonna quite be able to do. the thing I want to do. Oh, settle down. You can fold up like that. You can fold in. You're not going to cause any problems. I want to set your angle to 75. I want you down there. That's probably the best way we can tuck these arms away. Maybe rotate them a little bit. Right, so... yeah, I want you... on, off. I want you... set velocity to -5 when... no. +5 when you turn on. -5 when you turn off. Also when you turn on. That can stay where it is, that doesn't need any commands. Arm, left elbow. You... what are you currently sitting at? Right, so we do you. Set velocity -5 when you turn off. When you turn off, we want you to probably just rotate to angle, to be honest. 75, wasn't it? Rotate to angle 75 at 5 RPM. No, it's gonna extend you back out. I would need to I would need to set your lower limit back to -75, and then have you extend out. I think. Yeah, so turn it off, it would push that down. It would pull elbow back in. At the very end, we're going to have a little colour change, so it's going to turn green when it goes on. And then we're going to set it to turn orange when it turns off. Right, we'll remove all of that. Active light. Unit. Control, unit, control. Grinder pit on and off. Grinder doors open, close. That's what we'll have for the moment. Quick little save in case of any more. Explosive clang. Do I turn that on? It's not triggering it the way I wanted it to. Then again, was that even switched on? No, I don't think it was. Right, I'll turn it off, see what happens. Right, well that retracted the way I wanted it to. Arm, on, off. I think I need to turn the deploy controller on, perhaps. I think I actually need to set something up in the deploy controller, don't I? Deploy, 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 deploy. Yeah, because you're set to trigger that when you get lower than 24. Or lower than minus 40, or whatever the hell it was. Yeah, lower than minus 24. Can I get away with triggering the same stuff in reverse? So where are we? So I can't put the same groups next to each other, but I can put the same groups in on the next page along. So arm rotor LS set velocity 0. Arm LS rotor set velocity 0. Controller arm group L01 on arm unit on claw hinge, that's the right group, -5 to open that up. Can I get that to deploy there? Yes. Right, and then deploy after that. Oh, I forgot to put that in there. Deploy also needs to turn itself up. I'm going to put that there. Right, turn it off again. Oh, I need to close the claws, don't I? Yeah, I need to close the claws. Turn it back on again. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's going to be causing problems. Yeah, because the way these register, they will do... Yeah, it's hard to explain. They basically... The event controllers kind of tick every digit, or every increment after or before they've got to their thing checking, so that is going to cause problems deploying, which is why that arm rotor is moving sometimes and not moving other times. I think. Deploy. Ah. Hang on. That rotor's not even moving. Interesting. On, off. When you're lifting up, you should be doing that. But you're not. Oh. So I've forgotten to turn it on again, that's why. I think. Full arm on. Deploy. No, I don't need to turn that on when it's retracting. That shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, it's because it's counting it way early. That's why. Yeah, I think that's why that's happening. On, off, I might have to set up, yes, another event controller. Surprise, surprise. Right, on, off. What did I need to do? When it turns off. Rotate LS, rotate. Claw, hinges, set velocity 5 RPM. I need that to close up. What's that, Kilo? You off? Yeah. To be honest, I'll be wrapping the stream up in like 5 minutes anyway. Right. That deploys like that. And then it's not turning on properly there. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it isn't. That retracts up. Less than 24. Yeah, that might be a problem, isn't it? Yeah, because that should be moving, and it's not. Dum da dum dum dum. On, off. Take that out of there. Just manually turn it on myself. It works fine. Do that. Factory. On, off. What have we got? Why are you being a dick? I think it's because I need to set up another controller. I think I need to set up another controller. So if I move, what we got? LS rotor 5, LS rotor 5 RPM, set velocity 5. If I put you there instead, take that out, deploy on there. I think it's essentially the way I've got the deploy controller set up. Why didn't even turn on that time? Turned on there. Extended correctly. That retracts properly. Why is that controller only turning on half the time? Well, anyway. It's been 6 hours anyway. It's 11 o'clock at night on a Sunday where I am now, so I pretty much have to go to bed now. So, we will leave that like that for the moment. We will work out some of the... Well, I'll work out some of the finer controls between streams for next time. Let's just test out that grinding pit one more time. What should we go with? Let's do another refinery. Yeah, where are we? I'll just stick that there for now. Get rid of that. Jump back into my own body. We'll grab that arm there. Oh, hey, Aya. How you doing, man? You've come in right at the very end. I'm literally wrapping this up now. But, I'm just gonna go off the progress we've done. Hopefully I've not broken anything while I was messing with that on and off switch. Yeah, we've set up an arm with a grabby claw. Could probably do with speeding those pistons up a little bit. Yeah, we can put the arm in position. The grinder pit's still on. What's that? Sopatano, it's 5 PM there. It's 11 o'clock at night where I am, so I have to go to bed very soon. Or I have to get off the stream very soon. I can't really keep talking at full volume for the rest of the night. Right, so that's that. We've got our grabby arm. Just going to do a quick save in case we get a catastrophic explosion again. And then the grabby arm can grab stuff, lock onto it, move the arm around into position. Dump it into our grinder pit. And then retract back out. And redeploy itself again. Ready to pick up the next thing. To grind away to nothing. Do another one, why not? Yeah, where are we? So, in that controller, also got some controls to level the claw arm out. Extend it out into position. Grab it. Pick it up. And then, yeah, dump it away. Get rid of all that stuff so you can see better. That releases. Drops it all into there. Can't really see much from down here. Oh, hello. You failed to return. What's that about. Interesting. I think there's a... Oh, that deploy timer didn't come back on again. Interesting. Okay. There's still a few bugs in the system, apparently. Yeah, that will then retract back like that and then open up again. Or at least it's supposed to. And then I'm halfway through trying to figure out how to do a control to hack the arm back away again, and then once I've done all that, I'll copy and paste it all over to that side. Yeah, that's some pretty good progress for today. Oh, I could probably do with turning off the death pit. Before we go anywhere else, let's turn off the death pit. Let's close the doors back up. There we go. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that. So yeah, I basically spent pretty much the entire stream trying to get that stupid arm to work. But quite happy with how well it's doing. And then for anyone that's watching that might be new to the stream and is curious, these robots do move. They are all fully capable of walking around and doing their thing. Successful evening? Yeah, pretty successful. The factory mech can now feed himself, sort of. We sorted most of the refinery mech out the other day. He can harvest, he can mine for ore and deliver it off to places. He can mine for ice and deliver that off to places. And now the factory mech can do half of his scavenging. He's already got his cargo drone set up so he can receive goods from the refinery mech. And he can now do a little bit of scrapping. Still need to work out the bugs in the on-off system for the arm, but that might just need another controller. I might have to squeeze that in somewhere. Yeah, power drone, systems-wise, he's pretty good. He's got all of his, well actually he just needs a few more battery controllers getting set up as we go, but got all the mechs for that. And, yeah, so next time I might have another mech on the go. I think the next one I want to set up is the farm mech, so the ice mech can deliver ice to him for his irrigation system. I'll probably end up sorting out this other arm between streams. But yeah, tomorrow I will be doing a little live stream after Keen's release stream for the new update. I will be showing off that ridiculous traction city that I built and some of the new blocks. It won't be a 6-hour stream like this, it'll probably only be an hour or two, but I'll be showing off that great big build. I will also be publishing that great big build tomorrow, and I will also be giving away some Steam keys for the new update as well. I've got 3 of them, I think. I will sort out some kind of raffle system to do live on stream, and I will give them away to people who are watching. What time am I streaming tomorrow? It will probably be... What time did Keen say for their stream? 5 PM UTC? I will probably do 7 PM UTC, which I think is 8 PM UK time. But yeah, basically about 2 hours after they've done theirs, or once the update has actually gone live, however long it takes for the update to go live, but probably about 2 hours after Keen have started doing theirs, because they only usually do like an hour or two for their release streams, and I will need an hour or two to get things set up and make sure everything is ready to go. Yeah, probably about 7, 8 PM, something like that. And then I'll do like an hour or two until about 10, 11 o'clock and just have a little release stream thing tomorrow. And then once that's updated and out, I'll probably go back to the regular schedule of streaming SE2 on Wednesdays and Apex Mechs on Sundays, and then more of this build in between. But I'll see how it goes once the update's been released. But yeah, swing by for my stream tomorrow if you want to check out more stupid mech stuff, and if you want a chance to win a Steam key for the new Economy 2 DLC. So yeah, cheers for watching, cheers for chatting, cheers for all your inputs and all your banter, and I will see you all next time. So cheers guys, and goodbye for now.